Welcome everyone. This is FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament 2023. The finals is here and we have Lei Tingjie against Zhongyi. In the yesterday's game, Lei Tingjie managed to win the game against Zhongyi and now she's leading. Here we are once again, commentary team of former Women World Champion Alexandra Kostyuk. You guys know her as Chess Queen, and myself, Women Grandmaster Katie Tazalashvili. Hello, Alexandra.
Good morning, Katie.
Let's take a look at the other games that happened previous days. So we had here the victories, all the games for white pieces. Zhongyi won her first game, then Lei Tingjie equalized the result with the victory, and then we had a peaceful draw. And when we came back from the rest day, Lei Tingjie converted the victory. Alexandra, what you can recall the most important moment from game 4?
Well, the most important moment was the last moment Tan blundered, but there were several critical points in this game, and probably Tan would disagree with me and would say that the most important point was the moment where Lei blundered and Tan had an opportunity to lead the match again, but she didn't feel the momentum. She played too fast at this point and didn't notice this nice tactical shot that she had.
That's a good point. As you have mentioned that Zhongyi blundered before Lei blundered, so it was very, very sharp game with a lot of ups and downs. Let's take a look now head-to-head score, which has been changed. As we can see now in the classical portion, the match is tied 4-4 and they have played 10 draws in the classical portion. Overall standings, which means that there are classical games, rapid games, and blitz games, Tan is still a point ahead, just a point ahead. The main reason that they have played so few games is that they have been played as a teammates at the most of the tournaments, Alexandra.
Yeah, well, it happens sometimes. You play more, you play less against a player, but even though they might not play many games against each other, but I'm sure they have some insights about each other, since, as you mentioned, yes, they do play together in the Chinese team. They actually are born in one city, and that's the city where the match is taking place, Chongqing, and that's an amazing achievement for the city as well to raise two players of such caliber. And right now, it's a big celebration. Should be a big celebration for the locals, and we should also keep in mind that the winner of this match is going to play the current women's world chess champion Ju Wenjun, and that match, which is going to take place in July this year, also half of this match, one part of this match is gonna take place in the same city, and the other part will be played in Shanghai, the city of Ju Wenjun. So a lot of chess going on in China, even though they didn't have an opportunity to travel abroad lately. But nevertheless, they are in the chess mood. They're ready to play. They're ready to fight. And let's see what we can expect before in the game number 5.
That's right. So no matter who wins this match, Lei Tingjie or Zhongyi, the match will be at those two locations, as Alexandra mentioned. So it is very interesting that we do have a classical time control. Let's take a look at what we have here, the format. 19 minutes for 40 moves, and then the players are getting 30 minutes increment after they reach move 40. And so far, this has been a little bit of issue for the both of the players, mostly for Lei Tingjie, as we have seen some of the games where she had few seconds on the clock and it was move 30, move 38, like before 40 moves, and she needed 30 minutes of the increment. And of course, the players are having 30 seconds of the bonus time from starting move 1. Alexandra, this a lot of people, or our spectators now, can just think that this is a lot of time. How it's possible to get seconds on the clock? uh, what's your thought? Do you think this is most decent time control here, and why we still see the time issues for the chess players on the clock?
I think we've discussed uh, the time control already throughout this match. There are actually a lot of topics that we touched upon, and time control included. We can always argue. Um, well, we're kind of used to this FIDE time control already. It's been introduced a long time ago, and before, I mean, there was like a lot of discussion whether it's a good time control for classical chess or it's a little bit on a shorter side. And we do see, as you mentioned, a lot of time trouble, right? So players are struggling to make those 40 moves. And again, we can argue whether for World Championship match another time control should be applied, a more like serious one, a longer one that's gonna have that's got the players of the upcoming overall World Championship match, Nippon Nishindini Jena, are gonna use. But as I said, I mean, we mostly in women's chess, we mostly use this FIDE classical time control. We're kind of used to it. And yes, time troubles sometimes are very hard to avoid, but it's a part of the game. I mean, you cannot think for 10 hours over one move, right? It would be quite boring.
Illegal.
And I think it just like
Yeah.
good enough to play a decent game, and good enough to have quite some time in the opening, in the middle game. Uh, may not be enough for an end game, but okay, that's life. You need to adjust, you need to get ready, and you need to play your best.
Speed up a little bit in the end. That's right. Alexander, let's take a look now at the format once again for this event. And you guys, we have 6 games of the match, and the winner, the player who gets 3.5 points, will be the winner. And as Alexander mentioned earlier, will face the current women world champion Ju Wenjun in July this year. Now, let's take a look at the playing venue, as both players are now at the board, very focused, getting ready. We have a lot of cameras inside the playing venue. And also we have seen footage, the photo in internet, Alexandra, when Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie after game 4 were interviewed, and the photo is so so nice to see the smile and the laugh on the face of these players after the decisive game. And yeah, that also shows the spirit of chess players. They are very focused. When they're playing, they don't smile at all. They are fully concentrated. And then when the game is over, they can smile and just be back to normal life. And now we can see Lei Tingji on the camera. Alexandra, what are the chances? Oh, hold
Yeah,
on. What is
yeah, we
this?
can see.
It's a small giggling there.
Yeah, kind of weird, a
I
weird
just
thing. And
said that they
actually,
are
this
so
photo,
focused and not smiling, and she just gave us a beautiful
yeah, so
smile.
they kind of, and these photos that, yeah, you mentioned and you sent us yesterday with them smiling, it still gives you quite a weird feeling, because usually you expect a player of such, high level match, and stakes are so high, and we've been talking about that, to be at least quite sad after losing such a game with so many blunders. And
True.
yeah, and here they are smiling and laughing. Well, it's good from one side, but from another, like, it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder, right? And well,
Yeah, well, the
anyway,
most important is what they feel. If they feel happy, let them smile, because in the end of the day, one of these players will get 60,000 euro and the right to play the World Championship match. And here we have the handshake, and the arbiter has start the clock. The first move is a d4.
yeah,
D4
sad
by
feeling
Chen
for me.
Zhongyi.
Sad feeling. No e4 games so far
Yeah, I
in this
feel really
match.
sad with that because you really wanted to have some e4s here in this match. And so far, we have seen c4 and d4 only.
Exactly. Exactly. And what do we see in this game? Well, we see some very um, shy move, let's put it this way. E3. White is closing the bishop on c1 straight away, but they opening the bishop on f1. And why this move is made? In order to have this pawn protected. So no queen's gambit, guys, in
Hmm.
this game. And well, of course, you cannot really hope for big opening advantage after such quiet
Not
moves
very
as
ambitious
e3.
move. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
such quiet moves as this e3. So probably Tan didn't feel like competing in the theoretical discussions part with Lei. She feels that her best chance might be in time trouble, so she just needs to keep pressure to um, wait till chance comes, and it might come most likely closer to the first time control. So yeah, just a quiet movie three, and let's see what Lei uh, had prepared, because well, you still need to be ready for this kind of setup, because if she was focusing her home preparation on d takes c4, that means, and somehow connected her further play with playing c5, as we saw in the previous games, then the move e3 might be a nice like waiting move, because okay, here black for example can play c6, but then uh, she won't play c5, right? She can develop her bishop to f5, but that's gonna lead to some other move orders and transpositions to different systems that Lei might not be, I mean, ready to play. So yeah, not the most ambitious move, mm, but now it's Lei's turn to demonstrate what she's about, what she will do here.
Yeah, E3 is something that we don't see very often in the games where you are with white pieces where you need to win. Because, guys, if Lei Tingjie wins this game, the match will be over as she will reach 3.5 points. For now, she has 2.5 points. Tan Zhongyi has 1.5 points. So Tan Zhongyi is in a situation that we cannot say that she's in must-win situation. Draw can still keep the match going on, but then the last round she needs to win with black pieces. So you don't really expect anyone to play the movie three, not very ambitious move to gain some advantage. But Alexandra, this is still very tricky. It's very tricky because if now Lei feels like okay, she's safe, the opening choice of Tanjongi is not very ambitious and it's just equal and it's like easy draw for her. This might get us into serious complications because White still has some tricky plan which is connected with playing in the center to get the knight on e5 and also some kind of kingside attack later on. So let's see. Do you expect in this position some complications that usually this opening can bring, or you think that it will be a long game and we will go to the end games? End
Well,
game.
too early to say, right? Still a little bit too early to say. A few moves have been played. So e6, Black decided to play. So it's like the players are playing some kind of Queen's Indian with the color reversed with an extra temp. Again, the same approach that Tan actually chose in the first game when she opted for the English opening and she was playing like the Sicilian with an extra tempo. There are approaches like this in the modern chess. It makes your head turn all the time because you kind of try to imagine the same position but with the color reverse. So let's try to do that, but it's always so hard, um, so hard to do. So if it's like d4 knight f6, right, c4 e6 knight f3 d5, and like e3, and then
B6.
b6, but the bishop is already on d6
That's the
right
tempo that
now.
white is having, yeah.
Yeah, this is the semi tempo, and kind of, okay, we should keep that in mind, but you always wonder what this half a tempo really gives to you. Okay, let's see. It's a Collie system. It's called on chess.com. Rubinstein opening.
Mhm. It
Well,
actually has a lot of names as well, and our chat on Twitch is well aware of this, all this system. I have to admit that I also like to play E3 sometimes when I don't want to go in very deep theoretical lines, because white still has a plan here, and white plan is to develop the bishop on b2,
develop
which
pieces. Right.
supports the knight on e5. Then you develop your knight on d2, you castle, you play knight e5 and f4. You get
Right.
this knight in the center, then rook f3, rook h3, some rook
Mm-hmm.
lifts, bishop on d3, targets h7 pawn. So yeah, it's quiet, but if the
Yeah.
opponent feels too relaxed, you can get something out of it.
Right, right. Can be quite poisonous. I agree with you. We do see such setups in many of Blitz games nowadays. I'm sure if you like look in databases, you'll find dozens of games. Okay, the first games that I see, I mean, I looked in my database now, I see Ferrugia Carlson. And just to give you an idea that, this move order, this opening is being played on many levels, but of course, there are many blitz games, games with faster time control, and it's like a very easy setup for white, right? That Katie just mentioned. You just develop your pieces. You have this attacking idea, Pillsbury idea. You want to put this knight onto e5 and try to go all in. Yeah, there can never be enough arrows.
I like that too. And Alexandra, I like the choice of Tan Zhongyi. Very quiet setup, but still with the flying, very sneaky idea too. And we might speculate that Lei Tingjie was not necessarily expecting this move, because after E3 she took some time and she wanted to coordinate her pieces properly. Very likely, you are usually getting ready what has happened before in the previous round, and we had a Tarash, and it was quite sharp. But both of these players knew the theory quite well. And now in this position, it's less theory, but more of the ideas and more of the setups, right? So
Yes, yes, definitely. And that's exactly what Tan is aiming for. I think, I don't know, when I see this kind of opening and I see that even though, White played e3 on the third move and Black replied with e6 back, like closing this bishop, somehow I feel that White already got what they really wanted to get. Because it
mhm,
feels a little bit weird to close your bishop. I don't know, you always want to develop it, but it's more like psychological thing, I think, because,
mhm.
well, anyway, White closed her bishop on by playing e3 as well, but she had time and now she kind of developed it to b2, and Black still is gonna need to decide what to do about this bishop. Well, probably b6, bishop b7 later on in the game, but is she gonna have enough time to develop this bishop like that? I'm gonna see.
Yeah, that's interesting. Another interesting setup what we might have here is to play bishop d6 here from Lei Tingshi. And after castle, black can castle, knight to d2, and queen to e7. So black is aiming to push pawn e5 and then trade all the pieces of the board. So that's
Queen
why
to
white has to
e7.
play knight e5 now. You should not allow black to play e5. And after
Okay,
knight e5, you can
yeah,
go
just
queen.
the queen c7 is not played because of d takes c5 and bishop takes f6, or what is the reason?
Um, with yeah. You might have this damage pawn structure, but queen e7 actually has very interesting idea, because after knight e5, This is pretty much forced actually if you don't want to allow e5. C takes d4, e takes d4, and bishop
Bishop
e3. a3 can be
a3.
the idea.
Yes, it's
That's the idea of queen e7, in fact.
that's the idea that one can often see in Queen's Indian, where white plays Queen e2 and try to exchange this light squared bishop in that case. But here, yeah, it's the same. Um, well, same opening basically with just the colors reversed, but we do see some moves. And black decided to take on d4 to exchange this pawn.
Hmm.
Not really. Well, I mean, this move, this decision is often connected with the fact that black doesn't want to be disturbed after bishop d6, for example. If she plays bishop d6 immediately, then white can take at some point on c5, right? And this bishop is obliged to move again, and that's not what black wants. Now, I wanted to say now they're ready to develop the bishop to d6, and that's exactly where Lei plays g6. Wow, this kind of move.
Oh,
Um, we,
g6.
yeah, this kind of it's a little bit weird, right? To see. I mean,
Whoa.
usually if you play e6, you don't really see this pawn going to g6 immediately. It's just like even aesthetically, look at all those black squares. There's just too many. It seems weaknesses, and it's just a little bit slow.
Whoa, this is
So
so weird to my eyes, Alexandra. First thing, what I have in my mind, what if we just castle here and after bishop g7, like this ugly move, but
bishop
hey, I can
s3.
play bishop a3. Yes, stop
Hmm.
castling.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's not that like unpleasant here yet. Maybe there is knight e7, but you want to say that there is knight e5 coming up then?
Could be. Yeah, could be.
Hmm. Yeah, might be. I mean, I totally agree with you. It's kind of a weird feeling to see this g6 move. That's not, I think, the move that you normally see in this move order in this opening. Uh, I mean, anything is possible, right? You can even play like that and hold the game after this move. You know what I'm thinking? Maybe after bishop a3. Wow, bishop f8 doesn't seem to be right, right? Because after
No,
bishop f8, you
doesn't.
can just exchange probably. Although, okay, let's see. And the king goes to g7. Maybe it's not that bad.
She probably has something prepared here because bishop a3 is such a logical move. Yeah, this is actually possible. This is actually possible to
Well,
play.
you don't have to, right? You can continue your game with your plan. I don't think that the bishop on g7 is such a big problem. Although, yeah, with the bishop on g7, this kind of attack, right, that you just talked about with rook lifts, and I mean, it doesn't look that scary anymore, right? Because this pawn chain is exactly against this bishop and those ideas for f5. So it doesn't look that tempting to go for it and to play for this attack.
There are some games in the database. I can actually bring up one game which has happened in Chinese league.
Hmm.
Um, and so after g6, white castled, black castled, rook to e1.
No, no, wait, wait, bishop g7.
Yeah,
Castle,
bishop.
bishop g7, right?
Yeah, castle, bishop g7. Um, castle, rook to e1.
No,
Black
no, no.
went
Bishop
b6.
g7, it's white to move.
Sorry, let me take a look. Bishop g7. Knight to
d2.
d2. Yes, knight to
Hmm.
d2.
Castle, rook e1.
Castles, rook to e1. B6, a3, bishop b7, knight e5, rook to c8, and f4.
Hmm.
So that's what white wanted. But after rook to c7, white goes g4.
Well, yeah.
side attack. And after queen c8, then c3. And at some point in few moves, white even went to h4. So that is
Yeah.
total madness to me. Queen
Yes.
f3 and king g2 and h4, something like that happened. And
Well,
gave the
yeah,
to
but
draw.
this is a very double-edged, right? When you're moving up your pawns from your king like so bravely, you should really, I mean, keep attention and realize that those pawns they don't go backwards, and that means that if one day the position opens up somehow via f6 e5, then your king might be might end up in a big trouble. So really got to be careful with these pawns moves. But nevertheless, the players continue the game. Indeed, white castle, bishop g7, and now you're gonna see what Dan has in mind, whether she's going to try to stop black's king by playing bishop to a3. Well, in that case, probably we can expect something like bishop f8. Although, well, I'm not sure what actually should be done after bishop e3. What is the best move for black here? Because bishop f8 seems a little bit weird, right? Normally, um, if you put your bishop like on the sphere at the square, you don't really want to exchange it. It's the side who is playing against this bishop trying to exchange it. So after bishop f8, I can just simply take on f8, and I think this exchange favors white.
Hmm,
So, and
true.
if you just ignore it, well, kind of hard to ignore such a bishop. You really wanna castle. So, not sure what black is gonna
Yeah,
do.
in the database, Alexandra, after
Mhm.
bishop to a3, there are a few moves where black played knight to e7 for obvious reasons to castle. Another move is knight
I don't
e4.
like that. Yes, probably 94. I see that the computer suggests this move, but this also, I
Ooh,
mean,
bishop
looks quite
a3 on the board. Let's
right.
go. Let's
Yes.
see what Lei Tingjie
Yeah,
has
now let's see,
prepared.
because 94 is indeed the computer suggestion, but to me, I mean, it looks really like risky. Black is suddenly starting to move her knight again. Okay, she put some pressure onto d4, right? But I'm even not sure that black can take straight away because, for example, if I like play rook e1 and black takes, there is this discovered a check and the bishop is hanging. And of course, you cannot really, I mean, you should not
Hmm.
take with your bishop because then the black squares are gonna be just
Yeah.
too bad. Not possible to hold.
Yeah, in these games that I see right now in database, Black
F5,
responded
right?
with f5. So this
Yeah.
is very ambitious from Black side to get the center right away, not to castle, and that is a very interesting approach from Lei Tingji when she is not in must-win situation for her
Well,
to.
first of all, she didn't play knight e4 just yet, but
Yeah,
okay.
that's why
I
she
mean,
might not play this move because
but
it's
what
too
else? What
complicated.
else then? It's very hard to give um, some other alternative. What else to do with the bishop on a3 not being able to castle? That is a
Mhm.
problem because you feel like finishing development, and if the bishop is on a3, how can you do that? And if you play knight e4 f5, it's indeed, I mean, seems very risky. Maybe the computer holds, but oof, playing with your king in the center, it means, I think after this move, it means it's it's gonna be there for a while. And White's main task now gonna be um, to open up the center, somehow try to get to this king, right? But in order to get to this king, you really need to like do something in the center to try to open the lines to somehow attack this knight. And the only way to attack it, like the only decent way to attack it, would be to push it with the pawn, right? But in order to push it with the pawn, you need to move your knight somehow somewhere away. But this knight is protecting this pawn, so it's a very very concrete decision for black to go like knight e4 5, computer like decision, I would say. I mean, so
Mm.
unhuman to my eyes, because the king is in the center. Why do you want to play in such a risky style? But now I don't know if it's possible, whether it's just if there are any other decent alternatives. But because, as I said, bishop f8, I don't like it at all, because I think it favors white, this exchange. The black squares are going to be there, they are weak, and
Mhm.
this bishop is stuck there behind its own pawns. Knight e7 seems too slow, and it lets white knight get to e5, and it just takes away the control over those central squares. And there are no other moves to suggest, really. I mean, you should do
No,
something about the
we
king
have
in the
only three
center.
moves here that has been also played,
Knight
not more.
g8. Knight g8 is in the chat. What about knight g8?
97 in the
Yes.
castle.
Well, she
That's
did
actually
place
so
94.
pretty. 94
Wow.
has been played.
I'm impressed. I don't know. To me, it's kind of
Oh gosh, she
a
has to
very.
stop playing like me.
No,
This might lead her again in problems like yesterday,
well,
Alexandra.
94 is the
Remember?
first computer move, right? It's
Remember this move b3 that I was so obsessed? She played and it was the biggest
Well, you had
blunder.
a very good plan, right? A positional
Yeah.
plan in mind, and well, here is something very fresh to my eyes, at least. 94, indeed, guys. Yes. So when we like try to teach chess to kids, we always say, okay, you shall not move your developed piece twice in the opening, or
Mm.
at least you should try to avoid it. And but in this exact position, there was no way to avoid moving your developed piece twice in the opening, because here black was encountered the situation where, well, they had to do something against this, well, not really against this bishop, but the only piece that is not developed is this bishop, and this bishop is stuck behind black's pawns. And well, but 94 still, wow, pretty active, knowing that your king is in the center. But again, black is playing with a fire a little bit and saying, okay, I mean, stay with my king in the center, but what are you gonna do about it? How are you gonna um, open up the position? Because I also have some pressure on your central pawns. You also have to keep this in consideration. And well, I don't care really
Mm.
about your bishop on a3.
Alexandra, I agree with
Mhm.
that. And I was like, while you were analyzing this, I was checking the games. And one of the first game that I can see in database with 94 has been played in 1982. Tigran Petrosian played with white pieces against Sunni Neto. And here after 94, c3 has happened to guard the pawn on
Mhm.
d4. And f5, like this was before the engines, Alexandra, and people were still playing these crazy things, 94 and f5 with king in the center. Then Tigran Petrosian went to bishop b5, bishop to
Mhm.
d7, queen e2, and in these lines and also the other games, it is a bit surprising for me that white is giving up the light square bishop for the knight, c6
Mhm.
knight, and then trying to get on e5 with
Mhm.
white's knight. The game ended
Right.
in a draw, but it was quite sharp game, double-edged position for sure.
Yeah, and actually, we can expect a very, very sharp encounter right now, because the position, I mean, oof, it can explode. It can explode. The king is in the center, and yes, white indeed is going to try to somehow get closer to it. C3 is more like positional approach, yeah, just trying to protect this pawn, trying to release, I mean, somehow to strengthen the center. But of course, there are some games connected with c4. So something like bishop
Mm.
b5, bishop d7, c4, some crazy stuff like that might happen. And here, white's plan is simple, just to capture on d5, play rook e1, then knight c3, and try to attack this knight on e4. Why not? Something like that. And after a6, I think a6, of course, is black's idea. And here I was thinking about bishop a4. It looks a little bit like risky to put
Mhm.
bishops like this. I just don't feel like giving up my bishop straight away. It doesn't feel so, I mean, strong, right, for white. But okay, some ideas like this can happen. And whether mm, black is going to be comfortable with the king on e8, well, we'll see.
Yeah, that's a tough question to answer. In the game, Alexandra rook to f1 to e1 has happened, and Tan Zhongyi is hitting the knight on e4. As we have seen, f5 is a move. Another move that black can also play is knight to d6 to cover this diagonal and then castle next move. However, this knight will be here pinned for some time.
Yeah, I'm thinking about something like queen d2. That's why it has That's why I'd have time for this. Because, I mean, with the idea to play queen f4, but I was not sure about knight takes d4 here. Because we always, of course, have to check whether it's possible or not. But now I'm thinking maybe just give it away. Play c3. Okay, queen f4 also to be considered. But play something like c3 and queen f4. So, in other words, I just give up this pawn, but I manage somehow to open up the lines, right? And my main idea is not to let black's king slip away and to put some pressure on this knight. So
Sounds
that,
really, really pretty to sacrifice this pawn and somehow to open up then the files. White can maybe play 92 next move to develop the queen side as well. And it's going to be a little bit tough to open e file or d file, but white might
yeah,
have some time for that too.
yeah. So I want to say that I don't think that black has time to play knight d6
Mm.
because, well, the knight maybe well placed there, right? The knight d6 square in such structure is usually a good square for a knight, but here it just seems a little bit slow, a little bit slow. F5. So F5 is just there are not so many other options, right, for black to play because as you notice, the knight is under attack, and really there should be something that black um, is doing.
Not much of the choices. In fact,
Yes,
f5 has been only move that has been played, but 96 is the idea that can be suggested. What we can see today, Alexandra, is that from the very starting, they are taking their time from and think. So it's not something that they have prepared with their coaches and they are in home preparation. No, they are actually uh, uh, investing some of their time and coming up with these ideas. For sure, they have seen these lines before because otherwise you would not risk to play G6 94 and F5 here with black. Um, but where I'm going is that I kind of have a feeling that today we might have heavy time scramble situation.
we might, but I would disagree with you that it's something new for the players
No, I don't say
because,
it's something new. I said that they did not expect it. For sure, they have seen these
well,
positions. I don't. I'm not. I have seen this position, so I will never dare to say that someone has
well, that's how
not
I see it.
expected.
Tan definitely, I mean, prepared something like this. Of course, she could not expect, right? I mean, I don't think she analyzed like every single reply for black after like e3, but I mean, certain ideas she might have, and she's been playing pretty fast. Okay, she has 1 hour 24 minutes on her clock, but it means that she spent just 5 minutes and right now we're at move 10. While Lei spent more time, but still taking into consideration all those decisions, quite difficult decisions such as knight e4 and f5. So going for this line with g6, bishop g7. I think she's, well, you maybe not, of course, she was not really 100% prepared for this opening, but at least she had some kind of plan, follow up plan, and she, so far, I mean, she's been playing pretty fast. Again, considering all those facts, and we've seen in the previous games that Lei tend to spend more time in the opening, right? She's always like falling behind
Mhm.
immediately after the opening, but then Tan catches up.
Yeah, that's what we have seen in all the previous games. The scenario is just like this in every most of the games that Tan is thinking then in the middle game, and Lei Tingji is just investing time in opening more. So that's really really interesting. It's not something that it happened one or two games. This is the whole picture of the match, Alexandra.
Yes.
So can we draw some lines here that we might consider that Tanjong is well prepared in the openings, and then Lei is really really strong to set up her correct plan, and then she's getting nice advantage.
Well, I think they're both pretty well prepared in the opening. It just, for me, it's more like an approach, right, of a player. I mean, we discussed it already briefly that some players tend to spend more time in the opening, even though they might be very well prepared, but they just feel like, spending this time, I mean, getting into this playing mood, kind of focusing more, like forgetting everything. Sometimes you even need to rest a little bit because you spend so much time, like hours and hours preparing for different openings, and then you come to play and your opponent surprises with you with something relatively unexpected, or something that you didn't refresh your memories with, all those lines, and you just feel like, taking your time and getting into this right state of mind. And yeah, we do see f5 on the board, and now this pawn structure, we're gonna have it for a while. Of course, white can at certain moment play c4 and try to um, break through, but this knight on e4 is, even though it looks a little bit vulnerable, we can say, but it's so hard, to attack, because as I explained, I mean, you feel like moving your knight away from f3 and play f3, but first of all, you should keep an eye on the d4 square, and second, it's not so clear where this knight from f3 can go. I mean, there are different lines like this where a black dares to put the knight on e4, and even though it like looks so, risky in a way, but it's not so easy to attack it nevertheless.
It is actually. It is not so easy. Here, you pointed out that the deep four pawn is hanging, and white cannot simply ignore that because black can get it. Black can get it and win a pawn and maybe a little bit more. So here at this point, white has to guard this pawn somehow. C3 is the move you can play, but then when you play C3, you need to spend extra tempo to guard C3 pawn because you cannot freely develop your knight on d2. This pawn is hanging. You need to play extra queen c2 move. And this gives back a little bit more time to breathe. If you don't go c3, then you might want to move the bishop. Like, let's say, bishop to f1 or maybe bishop b5 to pin the knight. Something like that we might expect here from Tanzhangi to be played.
Black's plan should be connected. I mean, if you play bishop b5, then bishop d7 might follow. But basically, it should be connected with so-called artificial castle.
Hmm.
So king f7, rook e8, king g8, kind of, avoiding the fact that the square is en prise and you cannot castle. We know that one a side cannot castle via the attacked square because a castle is a king's move. And so the king um, in his like road to the safety shall not, I mean, according to the rules, pass through squares that are attacked. And it can, I mean, he cannot castle into a check as well. But nevertheless, black can castle via the white squares, right? So king f7, rook e8, and king g8. And again, remember that you talked about this plan with knight e5 and f4 and all those kind of attacks. And here, black first managed to put the knight on e4 and play f5. And that's, of course, like pretty impressive to see, considering the fact that the black king is in the center. But it's all about like um, right now, whether white is capable of exploiting this kink in the center or not. If not, then black can certainly be more than okay if she manages to put her king to g8.
Yeah, that's right. Black is obviously playing to play king to f7 and artificial castle. Here, what white can play to stop this plan and also to proceed the position, because white needs to act very fast. Black's king is in the
Mhm.
center. If black manages to bring this king safety, then black has very good position. So I would suggest here bishop b5 move. And after bishop d7, what we have seen very often, white is giving up the light square bishop. So let's say bishop takes c6, bishop c6, and knight e5. We're stopping king going on f7. Um, and we are threatening f3 to kick the
Mhm.
knight off the e4 square, which will then line up e6 pawn on my list to attack. If knight goes away, knight f6, knight d6, then white knight will jump out from e5 square, and the pawn on e6 is a weakness, and we can attack this pawn.
Yeah, that sounds as a very reasonable plan. I'm not sure what black is gonna do. Maybe they can consider taking on e5, so this knight doesn't go away, and it kind of closes the e file. But it's always double-edged and risky to give up such a bishop, right? You don't really feel like giving it up. And another idea that might be here and that we haven't discussed even yet, that black can still castle long, right? They can try to develop her queen. And actually, this move is not just a development, but it's a prophylactic against f3 and pinning this pawn. And then she
um
can consider castling queenside.
This is so exciting position. I would love to see this one, but Tanzangi decided to go c3, and
Mhm.
that's what we have on the board. She decided to guard the pawn on d4 with c3 move. And as we mentioned earlier, this is gonna take some time for white to develop the queen side, because the pawn on c3 will hang. Do you see king f7 coming up here? Next move from Lei Tingjie, Alexandra.
That's a very interesting question because actually, after king f7, the difference now that the king is on f7, right? So if I get to e5 with my knight, it's going to be with a check. And there are no more queen b6 and a queenside castle anymore. So if white gets back to the plan that you just described, bishop b5, with the idea to capture on c6, here they well, they almost force in a way black to take back on e5 because you don't really feel like going to g8 with your rook on h8, right?
True.
So it seems, and then f3, knight takes e6 is gonna follow nevertheless. So it's almost obliged to capture on e5. Then you capture with your pawn, and we get this position. Okay, one more move we need, but probably black is gonna play queen to b6. But then, okay.
Instead of queen
Mhm,
b6, shall we go with queen to c7
mhm.
and
With the idea
uh,
after f3 to play queen
yeah,
b6,
ask for
right?
f3, but queen d4
Yeah, I think that's the
is
same
the move.
actually. After
Yeah.
queen b6, that's what I was wondering. I mean, f3 is a very, like, it's a needed move for white because here this knight struggles, right? Finally, white was able to attack it, and because the king is on f7 after knight g5, it's going to be trapped. Why the position is not
Oi.
lost yet? Why the val bar? Well, yeah, it's pretty high. So yeah, so the knight is trapped and the game is over. You got to be careful about this knight. So that's, I think, what might happen after king f7, and
Ye-
that's why white is just waiting. So, and probably, like, taking into consideration this line, black can also kind of wait. She can play bishop d7 first, right? Keep the option of castling queenside in place. There might be some other waiting moves, but bishop d7 seems to be like the most logical one in a way.
hmm. Interesting. Very interesting position for this early morning for everyone. Guys,
Right.
we would expect something more slower to go. This is a good wake up treatment for us. Um, and it is truly very early. What about you, Alexandra? Are you comfortable to play morning rounds by yourself?
Well, I like to sleep. I mean, I can. I'm this kind of person who, I mean, if I ought to play at like 8 in the morning, I'm gonna play. I mean, I'm gonna, kind of say to myself, well, you just have to do it, and that's it. I mean, sometimes there shouldn't be any discussions, because you kind of allow yourself to like brag on and to say, I don't want to play, I don't want to feel that. Then it's gonna last, and it's gonna just make things worse. So, I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes if it's ought to be done, you need to do it, and that's it. No questions asked. Just don't start this bragging thing. And so I can take myself, well, I mean, I can order myself to do certain things, and but of course, I mean, if I have a choice, I would prefer to sleep. I like to sleep late, and that's always like very hard thing for me during like a tournament. If you play in a good hotel like in Munich, we played, and the breakfast there was great. I mean, you kind of feel that you need to go to have breakfast, but breakfast finishes at 10:30, and uh, I prefer it to be to finish at 11. So yeah, if
Yeah.
I have a choice, I like to sleep.
Yeah, that's actually true. Very interesting. Bishop D7 has happened right now,
Mhm.
and you guys, this is gonna be very, very interesting game. That's what we have seen so far. Something new, something very complicated. Players are not in their books; they are using their own mind now to go through, and this gonna take a lot of time from the players. Tanjongi on the screen, very focused. Lei Tingjie just left the board. Tanjongi in a situation to win. She needs to score a point to get this match into the tie breaks if she wants to still fight for the world championship match. You guys, we're taking now our first break. The players are not taking any break. When we are back, we're gonna see more updates and we're gonna give you more insights of the games. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in few minutes.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
Let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30
Oh,
minutes.
man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Welcome back, everyone. This is for the Women's Candidates Finals. Zhongyi against Lei Tingjie. Lei Tingjie is leading the match with 1 point ahead. And if she scores another victory, she will be the candidate of the World Championship match against Ju Wenjun. In case if we have the tie in this match and if draw happens, then we're gonna have tomorrow another day where Zhongyi has to win with black pieces. But we have third scenario as well. If Zhongyi wins this game now, today, then we're gonna have tie once again, and in the last round, everything will be under no control. So, Alexandra, what is the best scenario for you as a commentator of the event?
Well, as a commentator, as a spectator of this match, of course, we want to see fight till the very last piece on the board, till Armageddon. We're always like expecting it, like anticipating it, right? So we want to have this thrilling finish. But, well, Lei should be definitely against it. Let's have a look at what happened. Actually, Tan just played Queen to C2. I had another suggestion that I want to share with you. I mean, here we talked about the king being in the center and how white should try, open up all these lines to get to this king, because if she manages to, black's position can just simply collapse. And of course, c4 is the first move to consider here. Unfortunately for white, right now, right here, it doesn't work because of a very simple knight takes d4. And, well, knight is going to f3, the bishop is about to take the rook, and nothing really seemed to work here, because unfortunately, after bishop takes e4, I mean, with some ideas that if, in case black takes on f3, I'm gonna take here, bishop takes a1, but I'm gonna get like some compensation and try to create this evergreen masterpiece. But unfortunately, there is a cold shower after d takes e4, the knight is protected, and the game is basically over, black wins. But everything changes. After c3, bishop d7, there is actually a possibility to play c4. Because, yeah, I lost the tempo, but okay, black made this bishop d7 move, which doesn't seem to be so helpful at this, like, exact position. And here, everything is quite different after knight takes d4, because bishop takes e4 is not losing. On the contrary, I mean, white is on a verge to create something very nasty. But okay, it's all history. It's never happened. Although, again, I will repeat again, this after bishop d7, c4 was definitely the move to consider. But Tan played queen c2, and after rook c8, so some maneuvering.
So to make it clear, we said this, but we can once again repeat for those who just joined. Queen c2 is now necessary to guard the pawn on c3. Otherwise, you can develop your queen side. And that's why
it's preparing, right? It's protecting this pawn on c3 and kind of freeing this knight up, because of course white wants to develop this knight. Yeah, they want to coordinate the rook. They want to put more pressure on e4. Maybe uses extra force when they're ready to play c4. So queen c2 with the idea of developing this knight on d2, protecting the pawn on c3. Rook c8, well, quite a logical move. When you see the queen on the open or semi-open file, you often want to have your rook like looking at this queen, creating all those X-rays ideas. For example, if now black plays knight to d2, knight takes d4, right? Gonna happen because of this pawn being pinned, and, well, it's too bad for white. And that's why Tan, quite fast, I must say, she just retreated her queen away. Ooh,
and the gods, a question mark. Look at this one. That actually takes me to understand why, because I saw this question mark on this small screen. Guys, we have a new feature here, and it's gonna pop up hopefully soon, because we are hoping to have some brilliant moves, also some mistakes, and some of the blunders, because here we are for drama and we are looking for some chess dramas because we just love it. So, Alexandra,
sorry guys, I just checked the engine. Sorry guys, I know the answer. I'm sorry. I ran before the train. I know, but it was so, I was desperate to see the answer. So I
don't worry, don't apologize, because I did it.
You did it too. Okay, cheater. cheaters.
I did
Commentators
it
are
already
cheaters.
some time before. But let's talk a little bit about this, Alexandra, what we're gonna have. It gives us a good hint to check out why Queen B2 is such a bad move. According to the engine, this looks so natural. Tenjongli played in a second. Alexandra will tell us why the engine tells us it's a dubious move, it's a bad move. But here we have the four categories. And I would ask the tricky question, which of these marks you guys want to see the most in this game? I
Blunders,
think I know.
blunders.
We're bad
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
Alexandra, why this is question mark move? Why this
Well,
is the
why?
worst move?
Let's figure it out. I mean, I saw the answer, but why is it so bad? Still one requires time to like comprehend because it's hard to believe. I mean, again, you know how chess has been taught for centuries. You develop your pieces, you castle king, you fight like in the center, right? You try to control it, and here Black is doing completely opposite. She's like moving her pieces. She doesn't care about the king in the center. She just played f5, and actually, this brilliant move that needs to be played here is g5. Oh, I don't care. The king is in the center. You say, who cares? I'm going to play g4 and I'm going to checkmate you, or whatever the reason is. Together with the knight, I'm gonna put some pressure on this king side, and you're gonna suffer until you take this knight, open up the f file, and something else and huge is gonna come up. Wow. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
speechless. I need some time. Nowadays you really need to somehow take a pause to like
digest.
just to understand, to try to figure out how and why it should be possible. I mean, White was doing okay, right? She was developing her pieces, she castled, she kind of like supported her center, she protected the pawn, she's about to develop her last piece. I mean, everything seems to be so logically done by White, and suddenly she's in trouble. Why is that?
Yeah, that's
What's going
actually
on, guys?
Alexandra, what I think that this moves queen to c2, queen to b2, and you also have this bishop concentrated on the queen side. You are having too many pieces on the queen side squeezed, and if Black comes up with this idea to g5, she doesn't necessarily need to play here g5. This is not the only move, right? She can still play at this point a6 b5 to stabilize the queen center, and then king f7 g5 at this point. So Black has a plan to attack on the king side, and White's pieces are on the queen side. In my opinion, this is a move that gets the worst position for White, because White queen might be stuck on b2, too far away from all the actions. Like, Black can actually start very, very quick attack on the king side, and queen will be too far from this action. I think because the move that engine suggests is okay move here is queen to e2 to keep the queen in the center, which can easily navigate to the king side. And Alexandra, in this case, if we put the queen on e2, g5s will be less dangerous, or at least White has to consider some kind of knight e5, queen h5 check move. So that's why here we have this slight inaccuracy for White.
Yeah, exactly. But somehow, you see, psychologically, it was difficult for Tan because she was like focused on developing her knight from b1, right? She was focused on protecting the pawn on c3. That's why, I mean, at first place, she went to c2, right? We explained that this move was kind of connected with like protecting this pawn, because otherwise she could have, started with queen e2. I mean, why to play queen c2? Okay, maybe like the reason is to bring the rook to c8 to eliminate this idea with queen side castling, maybe, but still. That's why she played queen b2. She decided to keep the queen protecting the pawn, and she's willing to play knight b to d2. But it seems that it's indeed moves in the wrong direction, because it's too slow, and even if she develops her knight to d2, it's not really attacking the knight on e4, right? The only way to attack it is either to move this knight away and prepare f3, or try undermining this pawn, try to create some pressure over the e file. That's why the move c4, it just was screaming so much, and I was desperately trying to make it, but here it didn't work because of a very simple knight takes d4. But okay, who knew? That's right. You could have you could start with c3, bishop d7, and then c4. It's like very, very difficult unless you analyze this position at home.
Mhm.
And after a relatively logical queen to c2 with like ideas that we can all relate to, somehow the rook c8, queen to b2, yeah, the position might be quite unpleasant for white. Yeah, g5 seems to be a very oh, still think it's quite a hard move to make, but the
She's
plan that
going
you
for
what,
that. She
what
just played g5.
Oh my god, you scared? You
I'm
scared?
scared you.
No
Sorry,
way.
but this is
Right.
insane. She just went g5. She is an engine. Oh my god, Alexandra, this is so sharp position. She is actually not scared at all to push f5, g5 just like that. Her king is still in the center.
Wow, you
Whoa.
know what that might indicate? That Lei, even though, I mean, she did spend quite some time, but she's familiar with this position, with the ideas of this position.
Mhm.
She might have analyzed it at home because, again, as I already mentioned, knight e4, f5, this kind of a plan. Yeah, I mean, you usually don't come up with such a plan during a very important game. You should, I
Whoa.
mean, seen it, analyzed it. Otherwise, it's just too risky to be played. But okay, g5 move definitely indicates that Lei knows something about this position or feels something. It's even better sometimes to feel the position, to feel the vibe inside it. And g5 is the move. And well, you know what? I mean, this game can easily become the last one of the match. So let's enjoy it while it lasts.
Let's enjoy our moment. Oh well, this look at her. Look how confident she is. She is totally feeling that she's the one who is now um taking the directions of the move, Lei Tingjie and Tanzhongyi. Let's take now the moment to understand how she might feel. Like Alexandra, she can't afford any more lose here after g5. Um, would you be, if you were at her position, would you be happy to see a move like that happening to you? Because we're scared of moves like g5, g4 indeed.
Well, I think it's a dream come true position for black to get such a
Mhm.
position in the match where, nowadays and all those theoretical lines where black desperately trying to equalize, to hold the draw, you need to memorize those uh, dozens and dozens of theoretical moves. And here suddenly, I mean, move number 13, you have an edge and you're about to like burst with uh, that, an attack to your opponent. You're playing black, and it's your opponent who is completely unprepared, who started the game with a calm e3, try to avoid theoretical clashes as um, long as possible, and suddenly she ended up in exactly what she was trying to avoid. Well,
Mhm.
g5 is on the board. You can see it yourself.
Indeed, indeed. And when we started this game, who would imagine this kind of scenario? Because when you go third movie three, you are the one who is trying to, slowly start the control the center with 95 and then attack on the king side. And what Black is doing here is she's controlling the center with 94, just blocking the file and whole center, and she just pushed g5. Um, Actually, it started, Alexandra, for me to be a little bit dubious when Leiting she played g6.
Right, but
Uh,
let's see what we can expect. What kind of lines can happen? Um, because what is the idea right behind this move? I think the main actual idea is quite positional idea. because we talked a lot about knight b to d2, right? About white
Hold on,
preparing
hold on,
to
hold on. I
yes.
just wanted to ask you
Yeah,
a
yeah.
very, very tricky question. When I mentioned g6, in that position, this is the move that we don't see very often. We were talking about that. Let's get back in there.
Yeah.
So when you play e6, you don't want to play g6 because you are weakening the squares. She went for it and she challenged Zhongyi and Zhongyi went for it. Do you think this might was Lei Tingjie's trap preparation, that she trapped Tang to play bishop a3 and she got her in the position which we have right now?
Yeah, it felt like it, definitely. I mean, bishop e3 is such a tempting move, right? We, I mean, all considered it, trying to stop blacks from castling. It's indeed, I mean, it's stopping black from castling, but black just doesn't, I mean, care. Lei just didn't, I mean, it didn't pose her a problem to play with the king in the center. And you see a few moves later, like 5 moves later, she is the one pushing her pawns up and trying to put pressure onto her opponent. And there are some crazy lines possible now if white insists on playing knight b to g2, g4, and white can try to go all in and sacrifice a piece. Because if black takes on f3s and bishop d5 gives quite good compensation for white, but unfortunately, I think black is gonna take on e4 with this pawn. And even though, okay, there is still some compensation, right? Because the king is still in the center. So after knight d2, black needs to play knight e7 in order to castle. And so some position like that can actually happen. Again, a piece down for white with some compensation doesn't feel enough, this compensation. And what's even more important is that when you're playing a practical game and you kind of calculating, you just sometimes you just don't feel like, you know, giving up your piece. You see knight b to d2 met with g4, and then you just go and try to find some other option to play.
Yes, and Alexandra, the thing is that if you play knight to d2, which is so logical move, then after g4 you're kind of forced to go to the piece sacrifice, because where else you will play knight? Knight is stacked on f3. And let's see this now on the board. Knight to d2, g4, and if you don't sacrifice the piece, then you have to give up the pawn. Knight e5, knight e5, pawn takes e5, and bishop e5 is actually bigger advantage for black.
Yeah, but okay, probably bishop e5 is the right move.
Queen h4 is on the board, threatening some checkmates. Bishop c3, knight c3, rook c3, anything here.
Yeah, mate in 7.
Oh, I would be
probably
bishop
takes
h2.
Yeah, and you would be right. Another very interesting line that demonstrates like what I mean white can expect. Knight f to d2 if I go. With the idea to play f3. You know, we talked so much about this knight. I mean, the plan for white to attack this knight being f3. But the problem for white is that black can continue with king f7. And if f3, actually this move loses. Simply loses because of its knight takes e3. Queen takes e3 is not possible because of bishop d4 with the double attack. And if you take with a knight, then black just simply takes on d4 and they can play knight e5. And suddenly all those pieces, they are so discoordinated that it's very hard to unpin. And yes, white can try to play rook e5, but here I think even bishop takes e3 can be the answer, right? And then bishop takes e5.
Everything is hanging on this diagonal, and it's no way to survive.
Completely winning. And well, let's see what Tan is gonna do, because I wouldn't want to be in her place right now. G5 always so scary to witness, and if you're playing against it, tough.
Yeah, about being on her place, I would like to be on her place.
Oh, really?
Not in this game, obviously, but talking about the tournament itself, this is the candidates finals, guys, and the prize fund is huge. They have already guaranteed 50k euro for these games, and it is quite high price. It's a lot of prize here. But the winner, the champion of the finals, will get additional chance to get more money and also to get the title. And that's what these two players are actually aiming to get. Tanzhangi has already been the women's world champion in 2017, 2018 years, but Lei Tingjie has never been, and this is her biggest dream to become a women's world champion. So let's see what these days brings these two players and who will be the challenger of the current women's world champion, Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, and talking about this current women's world chess champion, I found the news today that she played in the first China Women's Chess Open finals. It was a rapid tournament where Ju Wenjun participated, where Hoi Fan participated, 16 players participated. They played a round robin tournament, and Ju Wenjun took the first place. She took the first place, and then she played a match against Hoi Fan for the championship title, and she won it 2.5 to 1.5. So 4-game match, rapid match though, but just showing that Ju Wenjun is preparing for her championship match, even though she hasn't played abroad since 2020. Guys, I haven't seen her play. I think her last game actually was against me in Lausanne. Let me check, in the Grand Prix in Lausanne, where I struggled a lot. But I think I played against Ju Wenjun, and it was her last game. Since then, has she played somewhere abroad? Let me check it out.
Not the international tournaments, but she has been played online events. We were talking about
online.
That on
Well, no,
chess.com.
online it's not really. First of all, it's a shorter time control, right? And then it's online. Yeah, she's played a few tournaments in China, some leagues in China, some even the Chinese championship. She's played in 2020 and 2021. But yeah, probably my game against her. Internationally, she hasn't played for a while, and yeah, she's preparing. And now, yeah, that's actually quite an interesting fact. We didn't talk about it. We didn't discuss it yet. Haven't touched this topic. That the World Championship match is scheduled to be in July, right? In 3 months, and it's such a short time to prepare. For example, imagine
for these players, yes. For Ju Wenjun, it has been long time, Alexandra. For these 2
for
years,
Ju Wenjun,
probably
yes,
she
but
was
for those
traveling.
who qualify now, like for Lei or for Tan, it's gonna be just 3 months. Okay, we can always say, oh well, those players, they haven't played a lot in the last 3 years, and they have had all the time in the world to prepare, but still, imagine like Yan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Lizheng winning the candidates, and then FIDE saying to them, okay guys, you're gonna play the match in 3 months. We're gonna listen to their response with a great attention. Somehow, yeah, 3 months don't seem as enough distance, but okay, taking into consideration that those players, they haven't been very active, and they probably did work a lot on chess and prepared a lot, so they might be okay with the timing.
They might be okay with the timing, and also it's always good to have the good balance, because sometimes if you work too much, you might just burn out and you might just get very tired.
Yeah, and that's exactly, I think, what happened with Jan Nepomniachtchi before his first match was against Magnus Carlsen in Dubai. And what do you think, Kathy? Because I was recording yesterday a few answers of mine about the upcoming match, Nepomniachtchi Ding Lizheng. And how do you consider those matches? I mean, how do you think it's like needed those matches? Do you think we need to like respect this tradition of world championship matches and keep them going, especially considering the fact that Magnus Carlsen, for example, just lost his motivation and just is not going to defend his title, at least in this cycle?
100%. We need to have the World Championship match. Still, for me and for many people, this is the main event because uh, chess world needs to have a world champion for sure. And about Carlsen to lose the motivation, it can be the different factors for him, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have other great champions. For instance, I'm sure a lot of people are happy to see Ding Liren to have a chance to play at the World Championship match, and Jana Pomnishi, who is already second time challenger of the world champion. Um,
But what I
well,
wanted to
that's
say, don't you think that a world champion just gets too much like privilege, right? For example, Ju Wenjun, she's been a world champion since 2020 when she won against Alexandra Garyashkina. The last
Mhm.
like match she played was in 2020, in January 2020, so more than 3 years. And since then, okay, it's not because I mean, it's because of the pandemic and because restrictions of leaving China, right, that those players
Mhm.
faced. It's not only because of her decisions not to play, but she hasn't competed internationally ever
Mhm.
since. So for 3 long years, we haven't seen her, and she's still a world champion. And it's kind of, she doesn't have to play if she doesn't want to. She can just wait for all those players to qualify for a world
Mhm.
championship match, then play it, and then just play one more match. And if she wins it, it's another 2 years of like preparing for another match. So I just want to say, don't you feel that this system somehow demotivates the champion to play?
Okay, I see the point. I see the point here. Well, first of all, if there is another suggestion to review the World Championship match or itself, the concept, I think it should be welcome and discuss should be open because someone might have some great idea and maybe everybody would like it. But I don't actually see any problem because at the same time, if not pandemic period, if not these restrictions, she would play a lot of tournaments. She would play open tournaments like she used to play. I As I
Yeah, I
remember,
don't
she
want to
was
say
playing
that she
Isle
would
of
not
Man
play.
and all these like big events. She was not really worried to play in
Yeah,
those events
definitely.
too.
It's not against her. I don't want to say that it's her case, right? Exactly. But just theoretically, a world champion can just sit and wait for 2 years.
That's the
A world
privilege that
champion
they
would
are
not
getting.
would not
Yeah.
lose rating, would not lose anything. And well, okay, he or she can gonna lose some money, right? Prize money if she or he don't play doesn't play. But still, I mean, it feels, yeah, I understand this tradition, and I understand this desire. It's like similar to me with a desire to play this perfect game, that
Hmm.
we are following every single game we play. We want to find this best move, this perfect way of winning, of converting. And the same here. Oh, by the way, knight f2 d2. Oh, oh,
Knight to
oh. I
F2
King f7
D2.
f3 knight c3. You remember, guys, you remember the line. So something is in the air. Knight fd2 is definitely made with the idea to play f3, but we know that this idea f3 is not working. So let's
Can
see.
fire back with
Mhm.
all the sacrifices in the center. And that's because White's pieces coordination on the queen side. Look at these guys. The board is divided into two parts, Alexandra. On the king side, we have just solo king on G file and the rook. And on the queen side, there's a queen, rook stacked, bishop aiming on F8 square, only on E7 too, knights, another knight, and the bishop on D3. That's too much of the pieces. And very often we're talking about to have space advantage by the pawns. And here, this is a cool demonstration what space advantage means. But the opposite, white has no space and the pieces are just stuck together and they are not even helping each other. You might think they are guarding each other and helping, but they don't, and it's just so dangerous for white.
I don't think it's a question of space here, but rather of a question of putting, yeah, indeed, too many pieces on one side of the board, right? If we imagine even an airplane, right, with many passengers being like in the top of the plane, it's not like recommended. Or in a boat, if you like put every single passenger in the top of the board, it's gonna like drop. And
Oh my god.
the same here. So with the chessboard, you really need to find this balance, right, between your pieces. You need to
Yeah, talking
place
about the
them
plane, Alexandra.
Yes. Are
I'm
you?
so afraid of
You're
flights.
afraid?
I'm
Okay.
freaking afraid of flights recently.
I'm sorry
Uh,
to touch this topic.
and once I've been approached to change my seats to keep the balance, and you can
Right,
imagine
right.
me heard that I have to keep the balance in the plane.
Nothing
So
personal, but lady, you should move to the bottom of the plane. We want to keep the
50
balance.
kilogram person, 52, has to keep the balance in the plane, and my brain suddenly just fired, and I was like, what? And whole flight for 3.5 hours, I was not moving because I wanted to keep the balance, breathing, just breathing. I
That's
didn't
it.
even went to the restroom because I was like, keep the balance, keep the balance. That was so
Right.
tricky for me. How about you? Are you also scared of the flights?
I'm scared, but I mean, I
The
just
same
try
thing.
not to think about it. Again, I mean, there are certain thoughts. Ooh, G4.
Or-
Well, I mean, let's see. Maybe it's kind of an invitation to play f3 and then knight takes c3 might work as well anyway, because it's so tempting to play f3, right? Anyway.
It also opens up the road for the queen. Queen h4 might be forcing some of the white's decisions, so it's a logical move, yeah. Queen
Well, it's
h4
a
might be
logical,
something.
yes, but what about all those sacrifices? I try to make them work, right? I try to, okay, forget about those pieces. What was that? What was that? Aha, aha. Something like that. Look, the eval bar. For some reason, I don't know why, but it jumped high. What's gonna happen? Guys, what's gonna happen? Why is it so in white's favor now?
Maybe just take queen a3 and get the knight on d6.
Ah, wait. I didn't sacrifice a piece yet. Of course. Yes, that's why f takes e4 should be played. Of course, I just forgot that we have the equal number of pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, my idea was somehow try to, complicate black's life by sacrificing a piece, but trying to. I mean, the king is in the center. The king is still there. So even though I'm a piece down, but that's a piece for 2 pawns, and which is almost like equal, and it feels like black is playing with fire a little bit, moving her pawns up. So I mean, those ideas they are in there. Just for white, she should avoid playing f3, as we know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it runs to knight takes c3. But other than that, I mean, who knows? Why not give it up?
Very interesting. There are some ideas not necessarily working right now. Knight f2, king f2, queen h4, and to go to pick up all the pawns on the king side. It's just not working. It needs a bit of preparation because alone on the queen can't make that much of the damage. But as white's pieces are mainly on the queen side, it can be some kind of plan that they can just keep in the mind that there is a possibility. Another thing, Alexandra, what I was just thinking, if white's now passes the moves like knight f1 and so on and so on, black has this extra ideas, knight e7, knight g6 to get the knight on the king side. And that's going to bring an extra force into the attack.
Yeah, but just 97 seems to be moving a little bit away from the center, and I'm afraid to see c4 in that case, because right now the knight is kind of,
After c4, we come back on c6.
Ah, you mean like that? Okay, but well, anyway, that we should
Tricky.
no, we should look at the white's move, right, to know exactly what is the position we're talking about. In that case, still okay, tricky. Yes, c4, knight c6, but kind of you always got to be careful with the king on e8 because again, those sacrifices they may happen, right? White may jump into all those. They may feel like burning all the bridges.
Alexandra, I have this question to describe the position to our viewers. We have Black's king on e8, not castled, and we usually say that the uncastled king is a weakness. And then we have the king on g1, which is castled, covered by the pawns. But this attack is so strong. Would you consider here Black's king in less danger than White's king, even though it's not castled?
No, not in less danger, but okay. I think it's coming. Bishop takes e4. I think it's coming. Wait. We'll see bishop takes e4, and then we're gonna talk about king safety.
But is bishop f4, bishop e4 only move here? Like, can
No,
white
no.
play
But
bishop f1?
I'm just waiting for it. No, definitely not. She can just retreat her bishop to f1, to e2, to whatever she wants to retreat. Maybe she doesn't have this idea. Knight takes e4 might not be connected with the idea of sacrificing, but it just feels so. Especially when you're commentating the game and you see this king on e8, it seems so tempting, right? But yeah, maybe she's just gonna retreat her bishop to whenever e2, f1,
Yeah, I got
b5.
your point, actually. Maybe this is the momentum for Tan Zhongyi to sacrifice a piece and finally to breathe a little bit and threaten some kind of d5, queen
But it's
e2, and open up the
so,
position.
I mean, it's so scary. It's so scary to give up a piece because, again,
Yeah.
Lei is leading, right? 2.5 to 1.5. And you really need to feel the danger. Exactly. Bishop
Oh,
f1.
bishop
You need to
f1.
feel the danger of the position to go for such desperate measures because giving up a piece, it's not a blitz game. In a blitz game, I mean, I think every single chess player would just, hit on e4 here. And bishop f1, I think Tan is just, she's not feeling that her position is bad.
Oh, hold on. There is
Yeah.
another question mark here after
Yes,
bishop
exactly.
f1.
The computer screams.
What is that? It's a mistake made the position worse.
And it's so hard to, accept it because when I look at the position, if you would just show me the position and you would ask me to evaluate it, I would tell you, well, okay, the king is in the center, on e8. It cannot castle. The position is about to be open. Well, something like in general.
White's king is safe. It's
Yes,
castled.
white king is sad. White's pieces are almost all developed. I mean, the pawn on g4, what is doing? I mean, on g4, it's hanging there. I can attack it, and I can, it feels.
And what is disadvantage here for black? This engine is idiot. You're going through this process if
No.
you don't
If
see
I
this
don't
game
know
from the
the
beginning.
if I don't know the evaluation, and I just looking at this position without knowing anything, without knowing the evaluation, without just, I would not give an advantage to black. A huge advantage. It's -2. It's showing. I mean, something unbelievable. And the next move, it's even more hard to just h5. Chill, and push your pawns up. Calm and play chess, right?
Do you
Keep
see
calm
this
and play
coming,
chess.
Alexandra h5? Because in the end of the day, they don't see the engine bars. They don't see these question marks on anything.
But she needs to play with something, right? So Lei did say A, she played g5, she played g4, and I would not be surprised to see h5 because look at the position. What else can she do? And king f7, trying to get her king to g8, but it feels a little bit slow now, right? And taking into consideration,
to my eyes here, 97 is the move.
Again, yeah, you keep suggesting this move, but somehow I don't know. I mean,
You know why
it's
I
okay.
suggest this
Yeah, yeah.
move? Because h5 is the move which reminds me this kind of positions where you push too much the pawns and
Hmm.
then you didn't checkmate your opponent and your king is weak. By
Hmm.
knight e7, knight f5, we're keeping still the eye on
Ah, you
d4
don't want to
square.
castle. You want to put the knight on f5.
Yes,
Hmm.
exactly. Oh, I don't actually necessarily need to castle here, though.
Hmm.
Knight f5 is good enough for me to make my king feel safe, and then
Hmm.
h5, h4 is still on the board. I just with this like 1 2 moves, I just get my knight at the king side to make myself feel safer,
Hmm.
because I'm still not castled.
Yeah, I see, maybe. And here is like a little trap that if white plays c4, then you have this. Okay, you mentioned knight c6, but here knight a5
Knight
looks even
f5, yeah.
stronger, right? So you did uh, transfer your knight to the king side, where it seems it might be of a bigger help than on the queen side, because who knows? I mean, at any point there might be some ideas connected with the king side attack, and it still keeps an eye on this d4 square together with the bishop, and it's so hard to protect. Gosh, there's a queen on b2. Just yeah, it's so badly
It
placed.
has bishop functions here, like bishop b2
White
does.
wishes to have the bishop here instead of the queen. Imagine if we just, give white all those moves back and we put her queen onto d1 and the bishop on b2. It's gonna be another story. This pawn
Yeah,
is
the
gonna be
question,
under
what's the
attack.
perfect score for the queen? Like if you could uh, could choose one score for this queen, what it could be, and you answered D1 because it's just
Exactly.
better than
Well,
on
I
D2.
would pick h5 to tell you the truth. But okay,
Yeah,
that's my dream.
yeah.
h5, the queen on h5 in this position. But it's not a bug house, right? Where you can just have your queen put it on h5 and
It's like white pieces are trying to escape the board. Yeah, like you are wrongly placed the pieces and you just want to leave the board. Like just leave the board, not even play or capture some. Just leave the board. Then it
exactly.
has this kind of weird feeling. Um, well, here's the thing: Bishop e4 was something that for sure Lei Tingjie actually saw. Do you think she is more relieved that she has now this bishop f1 move rather than to have complication? Because when bishop e4 happens, this is the result of two, already. Either you win or you lose.
Well, you never know. I mean, there is some initiative and this direct attack, and the king is in the center. I mean, you just, again, bishop takes e4 seems to be quite desperate, right? You're sacrificing a piece for 2 pawns, and you understand that it should not really be enough, or at least if you don't feel, if, I mean, you can be kind of the player who doesn't like giving up your material and play for the initiative, right? Because you just don't play chess this way. And you see knight e7 coming, and you see that black is in time to castle, and then you just don't feel like giving up all this. I mean, a piece. It's a whole piece, and you're playing with a piece down. And probably Tan did calculate it. She evaluated it as a big advantage for black. And again, she might not be feeling that her position is so bad after bishop of one. Again, why should it be, right? What has she done so wrong in this game? Okay, she put her queen to b2, but black moved her knight and pushed her pawn so far, and the king is still in the center. Why should it be bad for white? It's still a mystery to me, guys. When I look at this
Yeah.
position, when I see those pawns and these bishops that kind of stuck behind, and the king in the center, and those white squares, and I imagine, I have a vivid imagination. I imagine white's queen being on h5 as a checkmate. I don't really see why the position for white should be that bad. Yes, I see the eval bar, and it's kind of bugging me. It's kind of making my perfect life incomplete.
Complicated.
Yes.
Alexandra, to me, this position is the training position when the coach setups like something like Mark Dvoretsky would set up and ask some questions, and you answer, you think you're right, and then when you learn the truth, you're like, your brain is just exploding, because like, oh wow, there's another thing. It's so much nuances here, you guys. I think this is the moment when Lei Tingjie will take most of her time from the clock, because she needs to come up with a precise idea here, precise plan, because her king is still not castled. Either she gives it all and goes kingside attack, or she will find a way to castle and play more peaceful game. So we're gonna take a short break. Meanwhile, Lei Tingjie is thinking, but you guys can in fact join the official Chess.com Discord, now over 50,000 members strong. This server has tons of exciting features, including weekly arenas with the chances to win diamond membership and AMS with streamers and masters. Don't miss it out. Connect your Chess.com account to your Discord account and gain access to it all. You're having fun out there, so join us at the go.chess.com/Discord or use comment Discord in the chat for more information. And you guys, we're taking now a very short break. We'll be back soon with more exciting moments of this tournament. This is the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament final. See you guys shortly.
I don't even know if Hikaru knows this story. So at some point, we were running what was called the Chess.com Ambassador Program. I was convincing to give this little chess website that could a chance, because I know ICC is better to play, but give us a chance. When we thought about trying to get someone to play on our site who could motivate other title players to come, we were having a lot of internal debates about all the top players at the time. I mean, I've known Hikaru since I was 11 and he was 9, right? Everyone was good. There was no pros. I'm not gonna list any of the cons, but Eric was the one who was like, hey, like, if we're gonna do this, why not just go right to the top? Like, Hikaru's the best online chess player in the world. We had all the other grandmasters, but they're like, hey, if we really care about this, why are we spending our time trying to do this in 5 years? Let's just go get Hikaru to play on our site. And Eric reached out to Hikaru and had a great call. And I'd known Hikaru for years, so it wasn't hard for me to connect with him. And the moment we got Hikaru playing on our site, it was like every top chess player in the world followed.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Women's Candidates Final. Zhongyi, Lei Tingjie fighting for the seat at the World Championship match against Ju Wenjun. Lei Tingjie now on the screen. She is very deep in her thoughts. She is now leading the match with 1 point ahead. She needs one more victory in the match to celebrate the win a round before, but Zhongyi is there to slow her down. Alexandra, before we left for the break, we have received a new move, which we have not considered yet from Lei Tingjie's side, and that was Queen to F6. Shall we take a look? What is this move about?
Exactly. Queen F6. So after Bishop F1, that was marked as by this cruel engine as a bad move, as Queen F6. Queen F6 was chosen and was played by Lei, and that's a miss.
And that's actually described and did not find the winning move. It's not necessarily means that it's a bad move. It's just not the most precise move after Bishop to F1.
There were other ways to continue, and one of them, that the plan that you mentioned that looks so good, it's Knight E7, right? Trying to transfer your knight to F5 or just cover this diagonal and castle. And it was indeed a very, very strong idea. Knight E7, H5 was another completely engine-like idea that we also discussed. And Queen F6, which is marked with a miss sign from the computer, is the idea with the same plan as you mentioned. Black wants to play Knight E7, but first they let her queen get to this open file closer to the king side, and she's getting ready for knight e7 and castle, right? What can be wrong with that? It sounds so logical, it looks so logical, but tactics is always the problem. The only problem in black's position right now, right here, is the king in the center, meaning time. White really needs to try to get to this king. It's all she should be thinking of and focusing on. And queen e2 followed, and that's a bad move. Yes, she feels that her pieces are discoordinating. She's trying to kind of like, I mean, change places, change pieces, and somehow recoordinate that, but it was not the way to go. She should have kept her queen on b2. But
Really? We hated this queen to be on b2
yes,
for
but
whole
it's
game.
time. It's about time, guys. If black manages to play knight e7, if she manages to make all those moves, h5 and castle, positionally, white's position is very bad because well, black stabilize it. She has a space advantage and good attacking perspectives, right? She can easily start pushing her pawns even further down, h4, g3, and it's very hard for black to protect against this plan, since this pawn in e4 kind of, controls a lot of squares in white's camp already. So it's about time, about the fact that the king is still on e8, and there's still something that can be done, and this something was supposed to be starting. It was knight d2, and white has, in fact, the saving brilliant idea after knight e7, which seems to be very logical, right? Rook takes e4. You're not gonna believe it, but just sack your rook, sacrifice it, but just get to this king. It's not about material, it's about time. And it's amazing to see that being a rook down, the whole rook down for 2 pawns, white has enough compensation just
this
to
is
keep
crazy.
the game
Shall
going.
we see more moves here, how white can proceed after 96?
Yes, definitely. Well, first of all, the queen is under attack, right? And black has some troubles finding, a good spot for this queen, because queen f5 or queen f7 would run into a fork and game over, right? So those 2 squares are out of question. Same story goes here. If you go queen to g6, that of course I can give a check, but there is another move to consider, which is bishop to d3 first, keeping this fork in mind. And I am threatening to give a discover check. And if you play knight f5 here, I have this 96, always have this 96. And then, it's still quite fascinating for myself even to see that white has such a strong attack, because, well, a rook is a rook, right? You would say a rook is a rook.
Rook is
and
a very,
white
very
shall not, I
important
think,
piece.
take. Exactly, they shall not take on siege. They shall continue just grabbing the pawns, giving checks. And in this position, white has 3 pawns for the rook, but her position is
better.
That
is completely insane for me to see this position, but also somehow a logical one. You have these 3 minor pieces now around the black's king. Black's king walked all the way to the queen side, and all white needs is to activate the queen from b2, and that can be the final blow for the king. And now we have this position, Alexander, that we were talking so much from white's perspective, that white's pieces were coordinated on the other side of the board, and now it's black pieces being on the king side, queen, rook, bishop, knight, too far away from all the actions. So
exactly, yes, that's what I was thinking. That you just said what I was going to say, that we mentioned, so many times white pieces being like stuck on the queen side. It's suddenly here, it's where they're supposed to be, right? Bishop before, queen a3, queen a5, and, well, that could have been such a turnaround. But unfortunately for Tan, she didn't stop here. She didn't consider it, probably. And again, I think the main problem for her that she does not realize how bad her position is if black stabilizes it, if black plays 97, 95, if they castle. She just I mean, doesn't see a problem with her current position and doesn't see why she should, start considering those crazy sacrifices, because usually you start considering these desperate measures only if you're kind of pushed, if you're forced to do it, if you realize that your position is going to be just bad without such measures. And here it doesn't look, this way. Bishop f1, queen e2, that was the move that Tan played, just calmly, improving your position kind of moves, which usually are okay, but not in that case. H5 was played, indeed, protecting the pawn on g4 and getting ready for these maneuvers, knight e7 castle or knight e7 knight e5 without castling at all. And now the queen of e2, poor guy, it was on b2, we criticized it so much. Now it's on e2, kind of blocking the rook. What's wrong with this queen?
This is how I feel every time in my chess
Right.
game. I don't feel that I need queens, but I'm always looking for trade the queens. This is how actually it makes me feel. Alexandra, I would like to make a little bit. Oh, we have the next move, knight to b2. White is trying to develop the pieces. White actually recognized that this was too much.
No, she didn't recognize it. She just improved her position, queen e2, knight e2. She's just following her plan. Again, the problem is that she kind of had to play knight d2, even though the queen is almost stuck on b2, but have this brilliant idea of rook takes e4, sacrificing a rook. And here she feels that she improved her position. She feels that she brought her queen into the center, and after h5, she feels that Tan is developing her pieces and everything is fine according to her. But unfortunately, the engine doesn't agree with her at all. It gives a huge advantage to black. Again, it's so hard to believe. It's not clear from the first sight why it should be that bad for white. But your move, Katie, knight e7. And what's next? What can white do?
Yeah, at this point, White can still end this suffering in this position with maybe knight sacrifice, because I think this sacrifice is still on the board. Let's say knight e4, pawn takes e4, and queen to e4. Now you
Yes.
are threatening several things with that. The pawn, first of all, on b7 is hanging, and if you collect all the pawns on the queen side, why not? You can absolutely go with that. Bishop c6 now is impossible because you're gonna drop the pawn on e6. And I was actually thinking some ideas like bishop to e7 might be extra pressure here with d5 or maybe bishop c4. So
Yeah, exactly. Again,
I
this
don't know.
sacrifice.
You can look for this kind of
Yeah, we
things.
can, and we should. I mean, that's
And
what
Alexander,
we're for here.
another detail here might be also consider into consideration, that if somehow black managed to castle, white can play bishop to d3 to get this. Now the pawn on f2 is hanging; it's not really working. But let's say bishop e7 first, queen e7, and it's working. Oh, okay. Bishop d3 and
No, because
threatening
I
queen
think
to
if
c7.
you take on e7 first,
Yeah,
I should
and
be
then
able
bishop
to
d3.
protect, yes, bishop f6 or something like that. I mean, you have just one idea, right, of queen takes queen h7 checkmate, and it doesn't seem
Okay,
to
this
be
is
enough.
actually worse than bishop d3 right away. Shall we
Exactly.
take a look at
Yes.
that more deeply? Bishop d3, queen takes f2, check,
Mm-hmm.
king h1.
And I mean, knight a5. Let's have a look at this one. It seems to be so logical, but let's see what can be can happen here. How are you going to continue your attack? Something as
The
rook
bishop,
f8,
yeah,
d5.
maybe bishop f8.
Mm-hmm.
And now rook to... That's actually very interesting.
Well, probably rook f1, queen.
Or maybe even queen e2 to open up
Queen
the lines for
e2.
bishop.
Queen to e2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you should exchange queens here. I mean, do you think this endgame is, it just feels as a winning endgame for black? I think you should keep
No,
this
it's
fire,
very
you know,
hard to
going.
play for sure. Maybe queen to b7.
Yeah, I was thinking about queen to b7, but maybe first like play rook f1. But okay, let's take on
The
b7.
problem of rook f1 is that when you play rook
Mhm.
f1, black plays queen h4, and then
Mhm.
any other move you have to be careful because knight g3
Yeah, exactly.
is the check.
And probably, and then probably taking just on f1, right? But okay, queen, so queen takes b7, right? Queen takes b7 here. Well, there are some counter chances, right? And I think you're completely right that it might be the last chance for white to sacrifice here. But again, I just don't think Tan will do that. I just don't think she like realizes how bad her position might be otherwise.
Yeah,
And
let's ask what chat wants. You guys want 94 sacrifice?
of course.
Make some noises.
Of course, our chat wants to see sacrifice. I would love to see sacrifice. I
I
was
don't
so
mind either.
excited after Queen F6 when I checked out this line 92, 97, and the computer started screaming about Rook takes E4. I was so excited to see this position in the game, but now it feels less probable. It feels that we're not really heading this way. And after 97, okay, what else? Okay, let's see what else can white do after 97 in case of 97. I'm not sure. I mean, Lei is gonna play 97. It's not the only move. I mean, she might just play queen to g6. We haven't discussed this move yet, but who knows? Maybe she feels this probability of knight takes e4, and she just would prefer to make it's not a waiting move, but a consolidating move, like taking this pawn under control and preparing h4.
Yeah. Sacrifice it for content.
Or queen f5.
Come on.
Right. We should always think
I
about the
think
content.
all the chess streamers are playing so exciting chess games. We have to shout out to our friend Dina Belinkaya, who wins another incredible game against a grandmaster. I think, and then we have Hikaru all the time.
Streamers
winning
rule.
the tournament,
Yes.
whatever he plays. They are playing for content. They are playing for viewers because they are looking for this crazy excitement, and it's working.
That's the attitude,
totally
right?
working.
That's the attitude. Rook takes e4, guys. Should be in your mind. You should be thinking about the content. Exactly. Come on.
Yeah, that's actually okay. If not content, because they are not actually streaming.
We are for them, right?
Yeah,
they are now screens. They are now hard. They should, do their best, but they are doing great. Three decisive games.
We have not talked about the time, Alexandra, today.
Really?
Lei Tingjie has once again less time on the clock, but not so much difference. Not big gap between them. And the move 18 has been played. Position is very complicated. I'm still staying at my statement that I expect here to see heavy time pressure. What do you think?
Yeah, it's heading this way. Now we can be pretty sure that we're gonna witness some time trouble. Less than 35 minutes for the next 22 moves for Lei. It's pretty low already on time, considering the position, considering how unbalanced and this position is. So yeah, who knows? And again, her king is still on e8, meaning that even though the computer might be very happy for Lei, but as soon as this fireworks start, and the king in the center, anything can happen. So that's why we're always considering those sacrifices. We're always taking on e4 with a piece, with a rook, with a knight, with a bishop, with a rook. We're desperately trying to open up the position to get to this king that is in the center. That it's very unusual play. It's quite an open position. It's not like the Caro-Kann or French defense style. It seems to be it seems to have the potential to be open, right? To open up. And that's why it's so unnatural to see the king stays in the center for so long. But yeah, that's true. I've seen it in the chat somewhere. And there is some kind of theory in chess, in the modern chess, that, castling, in fact, is a waste of time. And here, Black follows this theory. Lei didn't waste time castling, but again, it can backfire. You should always keep in mind.
Guys, don't do it in your games. Castle.
Right.
Castle for sure, because it's gonna be so tricky to keep the king in the center. And bishop f8 has been played.
Okay, so she's not gonna castle at all. She just stayed there. I mean, if white takes with the bishop, she's probably gonna take back with her rook, right?
Yeah, and to keep the pressure on f2, maybe king f7, king g8, or maybe
not.
This modern
maybe
approach.
Not. Maybe it's still on e8. Let it be there. Okay, let it stay there. Yes, it's for trained professionals only, guys. Don't do it. Don't try to repeat it in your own games, because if you leave the king in the center and you lose in 15 moves, it's not our fault. We warned you. It's a very risky approach.
Yeah, can't agree more. Bishop to f8. Trying to trade the dark square bishop. Actually, Alexandra, I was thinking about queen f6 move. That it is so natural move to me to see. Even though there were better moves there. So basically, probably she was planning to play bishop to f8.
Exactly.
And to keep the eye on f2. Shall we just go back in 2 moves when she played queen to f8?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
If not queen e2, white's natural move here is to develop the knight, knight to d2. And now at this point, either you play bishop f8 or you play knight to e7. The idea is to castle next move, attack on f2, and look at this poor knight from d2 cannot go anywhere, can't even go on f1 because it's occupied, and has to go back on b1. That was Lei Tingjie's idea here. For instance, bishop f8, let's just roughly go with bishop f8, rook f8. Now f2 is struggling and you need to go back, knight to b1. It's so hard to make such decisions.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why white is not going to take on f8, right? And I think, they need to do something about this knight. So probably bishop b5, and then, kind of trying again to coordinate those pieces to bring the knight to e3, or just to keep it on f1, probably to exchange it, even though exchanging a bishop for a knight sometimes might be not a good idea. But here, the position is kind of very strange, and this knight is putting pressure on c4, and bishop takes e6 feels like letting white play c4. So, I mean, maybe bishop b5 was the move to expect, but you are completely right. Yes, mentioning that after knight d2, knight e7 is met with this brilliant rook takes e4 sacrifice, but it might be the case queen f6 might have been connected with bishop to f8, because it seems so logical indeed, right? And in this line that you mentioned, we see the idea of this plan of putting the queen on f6, of bringing the rook to f8, of trying to bring it to f8, and of putting some pressure on this f2 square. So probably that's what we were going to see if Tan was to play knight to d2. And now the position is slightly different. Queen e2 was played instead, but that gave just black some more time to protect the pawn on g4. And after knight d2, bishop f8 seems as a slightly different approach than what we were focusing on. Oh no, bishop b2.
Ooh,
I
bishop
don't
b2.
like it at all.
Alexandra, I was actually waiting my turn to suggest here the move, and I was sure that Tan Zhongyi would take the bishop here, because bishop b2, first of all, it's just passive move. Now it's bishop's turn to get on b2 square. We understand that, but it allows black to regroup the pieces. Maybe bishop d6 would be better bishop, because aiming h2 You never know what kind of ugly sacrifices can happen here. H4 would be even stronger after that, and you kind of allow that to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm very surprised to see bishop b2 because, well, putting your bishop back to b2, and the bishop is just what? Looking at all those beautiful pawns on c3 and d4, it looks a little bit sad
Bishop
for,
on d6, you don't need to ask second time to Lei Tingjie
of course,
to
and
make
that's
this
that's
move.
an exemplary line that may happen. I'm trying to checkmate. And I don't really need to give a checkmate, right? Because this knight on d2, suddenly, okay, we developed the knight, and now it's under attack. Something doesn't work very well for a white here. And well, guys, we talked about time trouble. We might not see one. We might not see one because the position now is getting very, very unpleasant. A few more moves, and just the attack can be too strong and to hold against.
That's right, actually. How white can what can be white's next move? Let's put it in a way like which piece you can move.
I
You
don't
cannot
know.
move knight and the bishop at this point. Queen is also quite limited. Maybe rook to c1, but again, what's the plan? And very often, actually, this is something that I would like to ask you, Alexander, if you agree. It's better to have bad plan than not to have a plan at all. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's kind of suggestion that we have for players who like seem just to move around their pieces, and we keep saying this. Yeah. Well, in a way, we can say that, yeah, in a way, this saying can be true, um, because right now, white seemed just to move her pieces around too much, and it was not clear where her pieces were heading to, while black definitely followed her plan, right? Yes, it was a risky one. She like kept the king in the center, but look at her determination, right? Look how um, every single move kind of connected with the previous one, and that's very important, like to have a certain idea, to have a certain plan. Maybe it's not the best plan, but at least if one move connects with each other, is somehow following a certain path, that might be enough, just enough to get a good position. And it might be better, yes, than just moving your pieces around with no clue on what should be done.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Alexander, there is a possibility of really cool breakthrough on the king side. Let's demonstrate
Mhm,
that on the board. Like, for instance, if white passes here the move and makes like rook to c1,
mhm.
just a move. Now you would like probably to push h4 and open up the king side, but the g pawn is hanging. So here's a cool move: you go g3
Mhm.
right away. You sacrifice the pawn, and here's the moment: no matter what white takes here, f takes or h takes, then you go h4, and you completely just break down the whole king side.
Okay, let's see till the end, because that's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. Okay, not rook a to c1, but rook a to d1 is
Oh,
played.
I see another question mark. Rook
Yes.
to D. This is third one, which gives black some advantage. This is the move which makes worse position.
Well, I mean, how worse is it making the position? Maybe it's already so bad that any move would get this uh, yellow mark, right? Maybe how was it actually possible to defend from this g3 idea? Uh,
You could play g3, but it's so hard to play here
Well,
g3. You
it's
are
even
not strong on this king
yeah,
side.
it looks even worse, to tell you the truth. And yeah, let's dive into all those lines and let's discuss what actually is gonna happen after g3, because again, it doesn't seem to be so obvious. But the problem is, it seems that I can play simply queen f4, right, in this line.
Mhm.
And well, there's no way to protect this pawn. Look at the pawn on e4 and how important it is.
Brilliant pawn.
It restricts the knight of getting to f3, and oh, just too bad, too bad. And Lei is heading to win the game and the match. It's been a very powerful game so far. Yes, Queen f6 was marked as a miss, but now we know that Lei's plan was not really connected with knight e7, the plan that Katie suggested that we talked about a lot, that we liked, but it was connected with another plan of trying to exchange this dark squared bishop, of trying to get rid of them, to get the control over the f8 square. And in that case, it might be, well, and
Oh,
what happened?
castle!
What happened?
No!
No, she castled.
No, it doesn't
Oh,
G4. Look
you
at
jinxed. You
this
guys, you
turn.
were screaming about castling for so long that she could not resist and she castled. Why did she do that? She could have finished the game with this brilliant g3 idea, and the rook is exactly where she's supposed to be, on the h file. And as Bobby Fischer suggested, okay, it was for the dragon variation, but he suggested that it's like you open up the h file and then check, check, and
Check, check, and
checkmate,
checkmate.
and that's it.
H4, H5, trade, trade, check, and checkmate. That's
Exactly.
that's the poem that we should remember. Alexandra, we don't have this G3, but I would like to show our viewers one very cool line. After G3, pawn takes G3, H4, and F takes G3. Sorry, I have to be precise. H4, and here if White tries to trade the queens, queen to F2. This position is so good for black. You can actually trade the queens and go to the in the end game where you have h takes g, now castle, and king e2 or king g1, bishop g3. This is a big advantage for black.
Just castle. And I was thinking about playing rook h1, trying to stop this king from going back. But yeah, castle. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice feeling to castle on the 24th move.
And with a check.
It would look so much better. But okay, maybe the castle that black preferred in this game is still okay. It just looks a little bit unlogical. Here, why didn't she consider G3? Lei, come on, why didn't you finish this game now?
Yeah, G3 is a very interesting idea of breakthrough. It's not the move that you naturally think of. You think of H4 and then G3, unless you see this. Like, to be honest, I would not consider here G3. I have seen these ideas earlier, but sometimes you see these ideas, but it's somewhere in your brain, just dust here, so you don't really remember those things.
No, no. With the moves G4 and H5 as your rook being on H8, you do consider them. How can you not? How can you not?
You consider that with H4, but then you're dropping the pawn on G4, so that could be the process. If Lei actually consider this as a candidate move, I'm sure she would spend at least some more time to go through.
Exactly.
Because it's so difficult to find the answer back from White. Like, how would you deal with H4 next move? Probably
one more line.
I don't believe she
one more
found
line
an
to
answer.
follow, because I'm trying to understand what could have stopped.
Can be a queen blunder, right?
Yes,
H3,
that's the lines that I
takes,
want to show.
bishop
Yeah,
H2.
bishop H2. So there are some. It's so sad. I mean, and she played this castle relatively fast, and okay, I mean, her position is still very, very good, but just G3 was a game over immediately, because G3, of course, is followed by H4, right? And it's hard to ignore. I mean, maybe she was afraid of something like that. I'm starting to think maybe. Yes, that can be the answer, yes. Because here it feels like, the attack is stopped. The king is in the center. And if you play bishop G3, finally, I mean, you might be in trouble. Yes, I think that's why. Now I understand. She didn't like this option. She didn't like F3.
That was the reason why she didn't went for it. Although
she didn't go. Yeah, exactly.
Although it feels like still here should be move like queen H4 maybe.
Well, queen H4 H3. Queen H4 H3, and well, I see the line that the computer suggests.
Tell us.
It's definitely I just don't understand it yet. Wait, I need to check it out. I still now I see. Okay,
Let's
but
go.
okay, the line is the move is e3,
Oh.
and the idea, yes, it's very far from obvious. After queen takes 3, to play bishop f4, to push this queen away, and then have time after g takes h4, finally to
Ah.
bring this knight to
Oh
g3.
wow, this is
But that's
so
too strong.
cool.
I mean, that's amazing. And what is more surprising, that
This is
white's
so
pieces
cool.
stand so badly, so poorly placed, that there is no way they can protect neither from this knight getting to f5 nor from it getting to g3. Even though it's quite a long journey, right? Knight 1,
Mm.
2, 3, but
Wow, this is so cool. Alexandra, these kind of games and the positions and the ideas make me feel like, oh my God, I want to play chess. Chess is so cool. And I'm going at the competition. I play chess for 9 rounds. First 5 goes really cool. I'm in a good shape. And the last 4 goes so bad for me that I'm coming
right.
back at the commentary chair and doing my job. I think a lot of people can relate to that. Like when you see these ideas, you think like, oh my God, this is so cool. And you can totally work it out because you just see it. Here in this game, we have seen so many cool ideas, starting with the rook sacrifice, rook e4, another sacrifices to in the center. That was like so amazing. And then g3, then this one. It gives so much knowledge in one game, right? And then you somehow feel like you have a big heart and you want to play yourself the chess game.
Well,
But
that's exactly why we're commentating this game. I'm very happy that you are getting this desire to play. I do hope that our spectators get the same feeling,
do you
that
guys
they
do
are
you
ready.
want to play
Yeah.
chess now after watching all these cool ideas? Everyone is
And
actually capable to find. Why not? You just need to train and do be focused. So. Mhm.
well, sometimes you can just go and do your best and then analyze your game. Just don't focus on the result, right? If
Mhm.
you're playing to learn something new and there are so many opportunities to try a new opening, to, like, I don't know, to you can find the motivation not only in the result, not only in rating points, but in some other stuff. And here probably we are starting to realize why Lei decided to, to just to play it calmly, to castle. She likes her position a lot. She knows that the queen would go to g6 eventually, the knight would get to f5, and then she will play h4 and g3. No reason to, jump into this desire to finish the game as soon as possible, because that's where losers, I mean, come. I
Mhm.
compare now it all the time to tennis, because my daughter plays tennis and I follow her competitions, and I know how tempting it is, to finish the game. If you have a winner, you want to hit it, smash it, immediately. But sometimes the best option is just to keep calm and to
Mhm.
continue the game. If you have a better position, just, to improve it a little bit, to like play side to side, and don't risk it. Don't risk it to play this tempting winner, because you can spoil it on. It can get to the net, and that's it. The point is going to be lost.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very correct approach to have the control of all the board and not to allow your opponent to have any chance and to dominate. But that's also the skill that you need to have. It's just not coming right away, because you guys,
It's
the moment you
patience.
have good position, you have thousands more unnecessary thoughts in your head and other things coming in your head besides the chess pieces. So it's the moment to be more focused. For now, Alexandra, we have 31 minutes for both players. Time is also quite balanced, and we need to have 20 more moves before the time increment. And after that, the player's going to get 30 minutes more for rest of the game.
Right, right. And well, I mean, I keep wondering, what can I do, right, against this whole setup, this whole position, because it feels like, I don't know, like playing c4. And but let's have a look. You know what c4 is running into?
Yep.
Because it feels like making this move. And it's not about knight takes d4, because I am even not sure that knight takes d4 is working here. I mean, yeah, it's actually losing. It's a
Okay.
trap. because then too many pieces on the d file and knight e4 is gonna follow, and white is gonna be more than okay. But after c4, guys.
What is
Okay,
it?
okay, you still have time, you still have time to show your brilliancy, chat. You still have time. I'm making this theatrical, this pose that you are supposed to make. After c4, there's gonna be bishop takes h2. And after king h2, there's gonna be queen h4. And then it's so easy to find these lines when
Rook
you look at the
F2.
engine. I mean, it's so brilliant. But okay, it's very hard, of course, in a practical game. But look at that. Just a queen and a pawn. And just because of the fact that all white pieces are kind of so discoordinated, there is no way to protect from this.
Alexandra, this game is a study case.
Yes.
You can get so many ideas here. Tactical motives, positional motives. It's just brilliant. Yeah.
Let's just enjoy it. No, because c4 I think is the move that we might see. I mean, the only problem, you don't have to be that brilliant. You don't have to look for it, because after c4 you can simply play knight to b4.
Also,
Get to this
Alexandra, is this actually a threat? Like maybe castle was a getting ready for bishop c2. If white makes any other move, like let's say on the queen side,
b4,
a4, whatever, just any
Yes.
other pass move, maybe still bishop h2 is a trap here that Lei Tingjie has prepared, and her idea was not just a castle to keep her king safe, but
Yeah.
she is cooking up this sacrifice.
Yeah, this brilliant attack indeed. So now we figured out what a threat is, right? So bishop takes h2, queen h4, rook f2, g3. Simple, right? Sounds simple when you see it. So maybe the only way to protect from it is to play g3. But you don't really want to make this move, because you know that after g3, h4 is going to be coming at some point. Or okay, black still might need to protect this pawn. But who knows? Maybe just the only move to keep the game going.
I would love to get after g3 if that's the only move white has to play. Something like knight d8, knight f7, knight g5 to
and that's exactly what have been played.
g3 is now on the board. Zhongyi sensed that something was wrong on the king side, and now she has to weaken the f3 square, h3 square, light squares on the king side. This is the one road for the knight, but it takes like 3 moves to get in there. Perhaps there is something better on the board, and I'm starting to think maybe it's time to activate the light square bishop, Alexandra, on d7. It's so passive. Some move like a6, knight move, bishop b5 kind of things, and I'm just getting to the point that c4 might be considered the one of the main line.
Yes, but okay, of course you want to see this bishop in the game, right? Even more. But well, still, I mean, if you try to open up the position, it can backfire, right? Because the center right now is pretty safe. I mean, you kind of protected, black protected her center, and if you play 5, it can just be ruined in a few moves. And instead, well, knight d8, of course, is a great plan, but I'm not sure how fundable it is in the practical game. It seems to be so long, very beautiful. I like it very much, but I think a more practical way to play.
I had this crazy idea. Don't think it's working, but the idea was to distract the queen from a2. The pawn on f2 is hanging, right? But it's not working, unfortunately, to take knight d4, pawn takes d4, and bishop b5. Because, first of all, queen still has the square on e3, and that can be played.
And if I take?
Second, after taking on f2, you don't really have pieces on the board left.
Well, you can continue giving them up, but I'm afraid it won't be enough. Yeah, although it's a very nice idea, yeah, indeed. But here probably even rookie too. Yes, again, there might be some ideas like this in this position with this pressure on the king side, and of course you should consider them, and you should watch out and try to find such ideas. But maybe this plan of preparing h4, right, of playing queen g6 followed by h4, and then, but again, it's a pity that this rook has left the h file, because I feel like, putting it back to it. I feel like playing rook f7, rook h7, queen h5. And,
I was actually considering king f8, king f7, sorry, and rook lifts on the h file to get back in the position we have. Oh wow!
But the good news is that the game keeps going.
Yeah.
Because the good news for spectators, of course, because if Lei would play g3, I mean, there were big chances that the game would be over pretty soon. Although this e3 move, how findable it is, I'm not sure. I mean, e3 was too brilliant, really too hard to spot, and that's quite reasonable why Black decided to castle. And now another plan, a very positional and nice plan that I like. Okay, we keep in mind this brilliancy, right? But also rook f7, followed by rook c2 f8, tripling the pieces for the moment on the f file, putting some pressure. And see white play, I don't know, bishop g2, rook f1, trying to protect. And she plays knight d8. Guys, knight d8 is on the board. Wow. All I can say is
yes.
wow.
We're playing a team. That's actually a clear plan that she wants to play knight f7, knight g5 to get this knight on the king side. She is now feeling that these squares are very weak and knight on c6 is not doing that much of the job. Things are heating up, and here on the other hand, Tan Zhongyi has to find a plan. So far, what she has done is avoiding the black's challenges here and guarding the pieces. So far, she's doing really great. She is still standing, and the game is on, which is so cool for us. You guys, will we see the challenger today? Can Lei Tingjie convert this advantage and win the game and win the match a round before? That's the question we can answer right. We're back from the break. For now, guys, we will take some break, but players are not taking any breaks, and by the time we're back, we're gonna have some more moves and of course time pressure on the clock, so you don't want to miss rest of the action.
This might be a draw. Oh my God! What?
It's a win in the rook.
Beautiful. He's got this in the bag.
We have a winner, Magnus Carlsen.
Limley makes it through.
Oh! Oh!
Is a draw so close for Hikaru Nakamura?
I do like positional styled games. I may try to keep it positional, but I can also change gears. And I think that's very important in terms of, anyone trying to develop their chess game. If you do find, style of play that you enjoy, that's good, but you could also try to sharpen it by implementing, another form of into your bag, as we would call it, right?
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Log In. Scroll down and click continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Women's Candidates 2023, and the question we dropped before we went to the break was that can we see the challenger of the World Championship match against Ju Wenjun? Can Lei Tingjie convert her big advantage into a full point and win, or Zhongyi can save the game, make a draw, or even celebrate the victory in this game? We never know. The time is ticking on the clock for both players, and time is one of the key factors sometimes when they have seconds on the clock. Knight to d8 has been made by Lei Tingjie. We took a break, we're back, and seems like Zhongyi has thought for more than 7 minutes for this move.
For all our
Alexandra,
break, right? Right.
she is,
Yes.
I think, struggling to find the move here. She has to stop this knight coming on g5. No, she can't actually to stop, but she needs to somehow make the magic. Our usual sacrifices knight e4 no longer works now, right?
Well, I mean, you can still give up a piece, right? But your pawn on f2 is hanging, so meaning that you can't really take back with the queen after knight takes e4, d takes e4. And you know why this position is so sad to see, and why is Stan falling below on time? Because there is no counterplay to think of. I mean, the only counterplay you can think of, okay, except knight takes e4, that doesn't seem to be enough or possible here, because there were some other moments where she didn't play this move when it was screaming for. The another idea is just c4, but c4 doesn't really attack anything, right? Okay, it puts some pressure on d5, but if white takes on d5, he takes d5, then this open file can just backfire. This rook can get to c2, and it can even be worse than what we're having right now. Although, what can be worse than that? I mean, a very sad
Yeah.
position.
Actually, Alexandra, I'm thinking to suggest move h4 here.
H3 maybe. Yeah,
I
I
wanted
think
to
that.
suggest, okay, both are possibilities. H4 because knight on g5 will not get there if you don't capture. And if you capture, then you kind of have the king very open there, and h5 is hanging.
Yeah,
This is
since
something. But of course, h3 is even more tense move here because you are actually attacking g4 pawn, and black has to make decisions.
exactly. I mean, I see your plan. I know what you mean. You want to stop somehow. I mean, you want to take control over this g5 square, right? But now I wonder what's gonna happen if I bring my knight to f5 or back to c6, e7, e5, right? And are you going to be able to hold those 2 pawns? Because if my knight gets to f5, then e3 is to be considered, bishop takes g3 is to be considered, knight takes h4 is to be considered. Too many moves to be considered. So it doesn't feel, I mean, it doesn't feel enough to hold the position.
I
And
can't
that's
agree more, but there's a plan for that.
Mhm.
We can actually consider after
Yeah.
h4 knight to f7, I guess. Knight f7, knight h6. Knight.
Okay.
Okay, you're
Well, I
going
don't
this way.
know.
Okay, it makes actually more sense. But anyway, bishop g2. And the moment here the knight gets on h6, we consider to sacrifice on e4
Right.
and open up the position.
Yes, I mean, I see the Valbar liking this position for white a lot, even though, I mean, if we just count the material, it seems that it shall not be enough, but I see it like indicating even some advantage for white.
Yeah,
And
probably is connected with
c4, no, and opening
okay.
up this
Ooh, okay.
diagonal, I don't know, or
I was
d5.
suggesting queen e3, queen g5, knight d6, bishop c1 ideas.
Well, queen e3, again, it's not so clear to me whether you really want to to exchange the queens.
No. I
Because-
think we should start with knight d6, queen d6, and then queen e3.
Okay.
Now queen e3.
And attacking the knight and heading to g5, right? And if you manage to win those pawns, then yeah, why not?
I might change my plan to win the game. And if king goes on h7 to guard the knight, then we have this bishop c1, which can a little bit annoy the knight on h6.
Yeah.
Knight f5, queen g5.
Exactly. Well, still this wide diagonal kind of screams that it should not be enough for white. For example, even if I play rook f6, and if you play queen g5, I play rook f8. And then, I mean, even though it gives a pretty decent evaluation to white,
I think
still
queen
hard to
h5
believe.
here makes a lot of sense because you can take f2 pawn because knight on h6 is hanging.
Yeah, but it's still so hard to believe that it's going to be enough. But nevertheless, this position looks so much better than the current position, right? And definitely, maybe something like that should be done. Well, at least my intention, if I were white, would be to, to try to undermine somewhere, to play c4 or h3. The problem Well, can be, and usually it's what have
Bishop
bishop
G2.
G2.
Actually, there was the move that I was thinking so much
Mhm.
that why we need h4? Why don't we go bishop to g2 here and after knight f6, f7, which has been played right away by Lei Tingjie? Maybe we can sacrifice now.
But now, okay, it's a different story because those pawns, they are not like stopped by your pawns, right? Anymore. The G5 square is not under control as well. So, do you want to sacrifice with a knight or with the bishop?
Oh, that's a tough question.
Because with the knight, I just don't think you have enough time. You see, this knight is coming to G5. It's getting somewhere to H3, F3. Just too bad. It looks too bad. Because, for example, if you try to guard the squares and bishop 6 is coming up, I mean, just too hard to believe it will be holdable. So the only option that is left is to sacrifice with the bishop then, right? Then, okay, you're giving up your light squared bishop. Well, here is some kind of a fork, even though this bishop is protected by this knight. Still, it
We
doesn't
can
feel to be enough.
definitely
Even
feel the
queen f3 here, no?
difference.
No, it says no. I'm losing after queen f3. What's wrong? Ah, I'm sorry, guys. I blundered. There is queen f3, knight f6, knight f7. Sorry. I gotta be careful about not blundering pieces in one move. Then, okay, yeah, let's, I don't know, play queen g6. And there is no way to get to my king and to these pawns anymore, right? Because in the lines that you suggested previously, somehow after knight h6, my knight was getting under attack, and those pawns were hanging all the time, and the bishop was not protected. So maybe, yeah. And the problem is that now the knight is heading to g5, and if you play h4 here, it looks like you lost some time, right? Because I'm going to take and play knight g5, and you don't have time to stabilize the position. So it seems that, yeah, once again in this game, Tan somehow plays too slowly. I mean, she doesn't feel the momentum. She doesn't feel the moment where she can actually try to complicate.
Yeah, there is a funny comment in the chat on Twitch. Never seen as sad as fiancata bishop, probably b2 bishop, but you have seen fiancata queen just in this game, queen on b2, and it was more sad than this bishop on b2. At least this bishop holds the queen side together and the center together, because in some of the lines when queen was on b2, it was so many attempts to sacrifice the piece in the center and then just break it down. And now bishop on b2 is kind of holding it up. Oh, that's very interesting. Actually, bishop g2 was not the only move. h4, h3 was another very nice approach there. But Zhongyi did not really consider to stop this knight coming on g5. What else? What else she might plan here? She can't really avoid the knight to stop knight g5. Maybe c4 here, Alexandra.
Well, maybe, but again, somehow it's a little bit, it seems to be a little bit slow, right? Because she lets black's knight get to g5, and c4, well, is a move to make. It's a move definitely to consider, because you want to somehow open up this position. It feels so suffocating in a way to play with white right now. So you want some space, you want to open up, but the problem is that after c4, I mean, you don't want to take on d5 because of this c file opening up and additional ideas connected with bishop b5 that you already discussed, start to be happening. And it just, and look at the time, 12 minutes left, and the position is just, it's very hard to believe that
It's not very promising. Another suggestion, what we can have here for Tan, she needs our suggestions. She has 12 minutes on the clock and very bad position. How about we sacrifice the knight on e4 now, knight e4, pawn takes on e4, and push c4 to open up the dark square bishop on this diagonal. And as chat says, the sad bishop to make it very happy. Or at least little happy after that.
I mean, I'm in for all ideas that kind of make this any of this bishop a little bit happier. But yes, we see that Tan is not in mood for sacrificing, or at least she doesn't feel it the right moment. And I'm just afraid she can, get um, to the point where it's just too late. It's just too late. Okay, let's see how to break through. One thing is to get a winning position. Another thing is to win, to actually win the game. It's with it requires some calculation, some precision, and finding this right moment to break through. Because what White did seems to be pretty logical, right? They put the knight onto e3. They knight f3 immediately, so fast. Oh, I'm impressed by this decision.
Bishop takes right away because this seems to be
Are we gonna see? Yes, g takes f3. Okay.
And perhaps queen to f1.
Yeah,
to
maybe,
guard
but
the
I'm
light
just
squares?
afraid that it's so bad. The position is so bad. It just question of black improving it and then sacrificing something on g3.
Yeah.
It just looks very bad. It looks very, very bad. And well, unfortunately, at certain moments, the commentators and spectators, hard to suggest anything. You just need to watch the game unfold because, well, just nothing to say really. No more suggestions left. We desperately tried, right, to suggest sacrifices, like trying to open up all those attempts to open up the position. But now it seems to me that we just need to watch how Lei kind of gets this full point again.
Exactly. Beautiful pawn chain, d5, e4, f3, which totally just lockdowns. Maybe bishop c6 to make it beautiful.
Yes.
Totally locks down the center and the king side. h4 would be the serious threat now to take on g3, bishop g3 later, and then f2 is on the board. White bishop on b2 cannot help much. Knight on e3 stops some of the actions, but not really helping. And like white cannot make any further moves if black just pushes h4 now. And Alexander Black also has some time to play king f7, rook h8, double the rooks on h file in that way.
Excuse me. Yes, of course. They do have all the time in the world, or at least it feels this way.
Yeah. Lei Tingjie just took her code off. She's very likely calculating until the position when she sees checkmates or she sees the decisive advantage, and very likely h4 is her first choice. The next, I would consider king f7.
After h4, we should take into consideration queen h3, and that I think the move that's gonna happen if black is to play h4. And then, the problem for white, it seems that even knight g4 and knight g6, it just doesn't lead to anywhere, right? Yeah, and h4 is played. H4 is on the board.
H4 is on the board. Lei Tingjie just made this move. Also,
it makes it look easy, right? It makes it look easy. I mean, as soon as she found this plan with knight d8, she didn't spend another minute for moves that followed. Knight f7, knight g5, knight f3, almost instantly. G takes f3, h4. She just knows it's winning.
We have a question. Does g4 save white here? What happens if g4 happens?
Yeah, let's have a look. What happens if white is to play g4? Well, just too hard to believe that with this pawn it's gonna be holdable. Again, plans such as rook f7, rook g7 I'm sorry, might be in the action. Because if at some point white plays h3, then queen f4 and queen h2, it's impossible to protect this square anymore. So only queen h3, right? Oops.
Oh, how about king g7 or rook f7, rook h7, h3, and queen f4 and checkmate like that? So
Wow.
brutal.
Wow, but okay, king h1, queen g1, queen g3 is my last attempt to protect the position. I know it looks very sad, but what else to do, right? What else to suggest? Of course, you can play queen f4, but then queen h3.
And now we need another knight to get it back
to
on the
g5,
boards to
right?
put on g5.
But okay, h4, g4, probably the only way
How
not
about
to
we
get
push h3 first? Because
h3.
any open h file is makes our rooks happy. Queen h3,
Nice.
king g7, rook h8.
King g7.
King g7, yeah.
Wow, maybe rook f7 as well, right?
Maybe, yeah, maybe it's safer.
No, because king g7, I was like thinking about g5, but okay, again, even if you exchange queens with this pawn structure, it's not gonna help you. Even if black takes and then queen g4 happens, you're just gonna take back rook h8. I mean, just hard to believe that would be possible to hold.
Yeah, rook f7, I agree with that. It's probably the safest.
Yeah, because here after g5, you can even play rook g7.
Yeah, and this is not all that the position is so tense and so bad for white, but also white now is struggling on time. Less than 10 minutes on the clock, 14 more moves to go. This is our time control for the tournament. 19 minutes for 40 moves, and after 40 moves, the player's gonna get 30 minutes increment. But for now, Tan Zhongyi is struggling to reach even move 40, and then the players also have 30 seconds bonus time for each of these moves. Alexandra, we might just see the last game of the match today because Lei Tingjie just played so brilliant game starting from the beginning. She's just going all in and getting it all.
Well, a very powerful performance by Lei Tingjie today, indeed. And this kind of games that Tan is having, I've had many, many games like this throughout my career where nothing seems to be working your way. I mean, even though she's playing white, I mean, the opening somehow went in favor of Lei. She opted for a very interesting and fresh plan, was leaving her king in the center and was pushing her king side pawns all the way in, and we see that she's succeeded in her in getting her pawns as close to the opponent king as possible. I mean, one pawn is on f3, the other one is on h4. The pawn on f3 is supported by the pawn on e4. What a pawn structure, right? A dream come true for black indeed in this game. And well, we might witnessing the finish of this match, the last game of this match, with Lei needing only 5 games to get this 3.5 points. Amazing. Of course, it would be amazing for her. She's very determined, she's very focused, and I'm sure she's very looking in to this match against Ju Wenjun. But we're not yet there. Right, we're not yet there.
We have to see the end of the game handshake and stop of the clock, and as Alexandra would say, also signing the score sheets.
Exactly. Exactly.
We don't accept the other way. G4 has been played. Tan Zhongyi is trying to survive here in this position, maybe hoping to get queen to h3. Next move to hold the king side together. This queen, poor queen, first was struggling on b2. God knows why this queen was on b2, and then queen f1, queen h3. Yeah, you can totally feel the sadness of this queen struggling on the board. And meanwhile, all black's pieces were so happy. Even the bishop on d7 had some role in this game. And this is such a good demonstration of how player can bring all the pieces into the game and make it work together.
Right. So the moment of truth. Are we gonna see the brilliant move suggested by Kathy? H3.
It's a brilliant
you
move?
suggest. Well, I
Okay.
mean, it seems to be the best move,
It
in
should
this
be.
position.
Chess.com, it should be a brilliant move.
Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting for this double exclamation mark sign. And or we're gonna see like a more positional approach that lazy one would pick, bringing the rook to f7 to g7, not forcing yet anything, not calculating a single line. um, Different moves, different approaches: h3, rook f7, queen g5. Everything seems to be possible. What would be the late choice?
That is true. And also, guys, hurry up. We have predictions going on right now. Will we see a brilliant move in this game? Share your opinion. That's what we're talking about h3. If you see that h3 is coming here, this is the move which stops queen to get on h3. It is very possible that she sees. So make sure that you predict next move. And our chat
Yeah.
is very positive to that, actually.
Yeah, and more important that yes, indeed, it sacrifices a pawn, but sometimes opening up files is so much more important than the material. And actually, we witnessed it several times throughout this game that sometimes, material is not that important as time, as getting to the king, as opening up all those files. So yes, this balance between material being actually the main factor in a chess game, and between material being something that you have to sacrifice, it's a very difficult challenge, right? We know, I mean, in chess, and if you're even a pawn down, sometimes your position is completely hopeless. But on the other hand, there are certain positions where you need to sacrifice a rook, just even for a pawn. But in order to be able to win this time, to get this initiative, and to be able to play a good game.
Oh, indeed. After the game, I'm sure Tan Zhongyi will find out that there was a possibility to look for more active play. Alexandra, there is a comment in the chat that I cannot skip that. I have to read it out. So there is, I will not read all of this, of course, but just some part of it. I don't understand. I opened this stream like 5 times in different days, and all I see is the same persons playing the same game.
Boring. We're boring, right,
I
guys?
totally feel you. So, guys, who just joined us, this is the women's candidates finals. These two players, Lei Tingjie, you see on the up screen video, and Tan Zhongyi, you can see down. They are the winners of Pool A and Pool B. They got the right to fight for the World Championship match. One of these two players will face Ju Wenjun, that's the current women's world champion, and the tournament will happen in July. So we might have the same world women champion Ju Wenjun, or we might have new women's world champion. That's the question in the future. In few months, we're gonna know about that. But so far, Alexandra, what we have seen these 5 games has been incredible. I would say day 3 was like easy run for all of us and for the players too, because they made this draw. But rest of the games were so interesting and beautiful. What are your thoughts about all these 5 games so far? What we have seen?
Yes, they were accelerating. They were exciting games, and even though, I mean, the players demonstrated like deep opening preparation, but somehow they managed to reach positions with a lot of ideas, and sometimes pretty unbalanced positions where mistakes are very hard to avoid, and there were many blunders, quite some blunders in this match. And of course, if when one of the players is going to prepare for her final match against Ju Wenjun,
H3 is on the board. She is going, guys. You got it right. You predicted, and she is making it. Oh my God, Alexandra, this can be a knockdown for Tan Zhongyi.
Yes, well, it looks pretty sad, but you see, she has a plan. Now at least she has a plan. King H1, Queen G1, Queen G3. We discussed it that a bad plan is better than no plan at all, right? Well, at least she knows how to protect, well, for the few next moves, this pawn on H2. And she's happy with that. Of course, she is not going to take on H3. She doesn't want to. Like lose this game just yet, although she understands. I mean, she's a very strong player. She understands that her position is very close to be hopeless, but okay, she's saying
She keeps to
okay.
play. She keeps to cool. And what she has doing here perfectly well, Tan Zhongyi, avoiding all the possible threats from Lei Tingjie. Rook to f7 has been played by Lei, and this is move 28. 12 more moves to go before the time increment. Tan Zhongyi is well known to be capable to play very fast all the next moves, but unfortunately her position is so passive, her next moves are not so obvious. Oh, c4, here we go.
Well, finally, yeah, finally she realized that she needs to go forward, right? She needs to try to somehow put pressure on Black's position. Okay, now her knight is on e3, and we can say that she attacks the d5 pawn. Oh, well, I mean, who knows? I mean, I can show you some several lines where White is going to win, despite the fact that the position is pretty safe, set right now for White. But okay.
Hold on, where is this promised brilliancy, little
No,
more?
it just I said that it's a brilliant move, but yeah, the computer doesn't consider it to be brilliant because probably there were other good moves. I don't know what is the definition of brilliancy in computers way, but for us it was a brilliant move, and
Shall we
maybe.
see? Shall we see the definition of the brilliant move on the screen? Maybe, as I remember, we need. Okay, here we go. An unexpected, amazing move, and we were expecting h3. So okay, now it's okay.
So if we
Even Chai
expect a move,
expects it with
if
such
we
a
expect a move, it shall not. I mean, it cannot be called brilliant. Oh, too bad for us because we're always expecting. I mean, brilliant moves,
No,
right?
it should be something like extra unexpected thing to give you a heart attack. Alexandra, very interesting question in the chat. Um, what are her thoughts of playing Ju Wenjun?
Whose thoughts?
What do you think about Ju Wenjun? Just like her playing recently in the tournament which you just mentioned earlier. I think that's the question.
Ooh, well,
Against How You
sure.
Fun the match.
Well, that's a rapid tournament, but yeah, as I said, that just indicates that Ju Wenjun is not out of form, right? She's preparing, she's playing, and probably maybe not some like um, classical over the board games internationally, but definitely some training games, and it's gonna be a very interesting match because if Lei wins, she's a worthy opponent. She's on her rise, despite the fact that she was almost her career was put on standby because of all these events in the last years, and despite the fact she's been preparing, she's very looking very convincingly in this match. And she's younger than Ju Wenjun, also quite an advantage. She might lack some experience, but we saw that in this case, in the case of this match, right, she didn't. Well, she did manage to handle her nerves after this very dramatic loss in the first game. She managed to win back to equalize the score, and then she kept pushing. Now she has a completely winning position. And again, if she converts it into a full point, it's going to be an interesting match. I'm looking forward to this match. I'm looking forward to see this Chinese clash. Great, two great players from China, and well, as exciting as ever.
Yeah. China has a great history of winning the Women's World Championship tournaments, and we can actually pull it up on the screen to show that to our viewers. And here we have also Alexandra crossing your name at their world champion. There was for sure very exciting moments, Alexandra, for you. And then you and the other player who won was Ho Yu Fan several times. Tan Zhongyi we have here in this competition, and Ju Wenjun from China. And we have to also shout out to Anna Ushenina and Maria Muzachuk from Ukraine to winning this competition.
Right, yeah. So another match, another world championship match. We're having so many matches, right, this year. So first, this final match of the women's candidates, which were actually expected to finish last year, but okay, due to some force majeure events, it was postponed, and now we're witnessing it right now. Right here. Then the world championship match between Nepomniachtchi and Dinglezhen is about to start, in 5 days? Very, very soon. So, I was a
And
chess
we're not
fan.
forgetting chess boxing match as well.
No. That's
Andrea
no,
versus
yeah, of
Tina.
course.
That was the biggest clash for sure.
Yes, that's
Out of all.
still waiting for announcements for revanches and for. But okay, at least
Second
let's
round.
focus on chess only for the moment. But I'm sure
Wait,
they're gonna
would
be
you
more exciting.
consider yourself to play in some chess?
You know, the problem is I'm a very competitive person.
Yeah.
But I'm against any physical violence, and I consider, I know that there are some like people who respect those martial arts and different sports such as box, karate, taekwondo, and all those kinds of things, but I'm just against physical violence. I cannot, I don't think people should fight like that. Intellectually, yes, but not with their fists. I'm against it. That's why. I would love to compete in a way because I'm very competitive person. And when I was watching this match, this chess boxing match, I said, "Come on, but you cannot box like this. If you do it properly." I've never, of course, boxed in my life, but I just didn't like the level of boxing. Somehow I felt that something does not right. But anyway, since it's my principle in a way that I'm against such sports and such encounters, if you wish, then yeah, I don't consider it, unfortunately. But chess tennis, yes.
Chess tennis, and you are actually playing chess tennis tournaments. I've heard of that. So I have seen some of the articles. Talking about the chess boxing, I totally feel what you just said. It was so hard for me to see, especially Andrea and Dina fighting, because it's harder when you know people in person. And then I was
again,
struggling
for me,
to fall
it's
asleep,
sad to see that even women fight.
It was just very hard for me. It was just I like chess board.
It breaks my heart. Okay, it breaks my heart. Let's put it this way.
My heart started to beat so fast that I had to walk a little bit to calm down. It was 5 a.m. for me, and I don't know why I watched that right away at the middle of the night. But yeah, I think chess spectators love that chess boxing match. But you guys, today we don't have any.
Let's see some brutality on the chessboard. There can be, chess can be pretty brutal, just another way, right? Without using the physical power, but using your mind and just showing that, you know what? I'm gonna win this one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what can happen. Right now, Queen h4 is another brilliant, well, at least in my evaluation, move by Lei Tingjie, keeping this pawn unprotected and showing why
Alexandra, shall we demonstrate one very crazy line? Bishop c1 is, by the way, on the board. But before we go there, c takes d5, pawn takes d5, knight takes d5.
Rook c2, I just demonstrated it here.
Yeah, there is this crazy thing like queen to g4 with queen g2 ideas.
Instead of rook c2?
Yeah, probably there are tons of moves.
Ah,
can
you mean
win
something
here, but...
like something like a checkmate, right? Something
Yeah.
very and bishop h2 or very close to it. Some
Yeah,
here you don't have to.
can...
Oh no, knight f6.
Bishop
Yeah.
h2 maybe right away. King h2.
Well, I was thinking about that, but then king g3 is possible. It still doesn't escape, it seems, the king. But okay, we make it more challenging for ourselves. Although probably rook g7. No. I thought that king h2, rook c6 is gonna checkmate, but okay.
Rook f8 maybe first.
Instead of rook g7.
Yes.
Not letting the king escape. Yeah, seems to be.
Guess who suggested this move, chat? Our producer Vic suggested it.
Well done.
It's actually the best move. Wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah,
I
because then
see, teamwork is the best work, Alexandra. All of us have.
Exactly. Because right now the rook is not only cutting the king from the center, but it also protects this pawn, right? It seems to be crucial in this line. Checkmate. Actually, bishop. Okay, now I realize when I start talking, I realize that rook h3 is a threat. Okay, back to the game. It's a completely different story, but I'm afraid with the same outcome. Bishop c1, rook to g7. Okay, what does Lei have in mind for her next move? Does she want just
think to go for some kind of sacrifices on
you
G4
start
and prepare for this sacrifice? Maybe not right away, but to prepare it.
That again, you kind of feel, right? You feel that the position is starting to scream for it. So it's like a fruit that needs to be taken from a tree. It's ready. Maybe some torture like that, just bringing one more piece into play, or even consider something crazy like e5, but you got to be careful about such moves, of course, because they can backfire.
There can be also idea like bishop f4 to go after knight on e3, which holds the pawn on g4, and then just take the pawn.
But then what? Yeah, then what? Do you take with the queen? How do you break through?
I can take with the queen, I can take with the rook and get this rook on g2.
And then?
Then, if the question has been asked, I can play queen somewhere on e7 or d8, queen c7, and queen to h2 checkmate.
Yeah, finally get to the square. Yeah, seems so hard to play with this rook being on g2. It's like, bone in your neck and you're gonna in your throat.
Yeah. Very, very nice position for Lei Tingjie. She is having absolute joy to play this one. On the other hand, we have the other side here. Zhongyi desperately needs to save this game. Draw is also a good result here at this point for her. 4 minutes for her to go, and this is move 30, 10 more moves to be played. 10 very, very important and very hard move to make here, because seems like nothing is really changing the evaluation here. Queen to g1 have been played. She's guarding the g4 pawn, extra defense of this pawn.
Yeah, but maybe your plan with bishop f4, bishop e3 is like working, is as strong as ever, because now after bishop takes e3, rook takes g4. That might be some kind of a trap. Queen takes g4 or something like, let's see. For example, like this, capturing on d5. And if you like carelessly do something like that, then there might be queen g4, and still the position is still
not helping, right?
Yeah, it's not helping. Queen g2. But okay, well, what to do? I've tried my best, and now look at this pawn chain. But can you get through? Isn't it like looks almost like
it's like a necklace on the board, the chain.
Yeah, but I
have the chain.
Okay,
this one reminds me just to have it on the board.
Right.
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, shall we take a look what happens if rook trades and we go to the obstacle color bishop?
But
it will be a draw, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, you gotta check it out, but it might be. Also, okay, always very hard to evaluate, because black will try to get with the king,
Mm-hmm.
And somehow, if white tries to protect the king side, are they going to be able to do so or not? Okay, well, that's a very interesting question, but it's rather rhetorical because, of course, it's never going to happen in the game. I think there are millions of ways to.
Yeah, this is probably the worst scenario for Lei Tingjie to go to that endgame and then try to struggle to find out the way to win. But very likely it's possible to win in that position as well.
Right. Okay, well, 9 moves to go for her. Position can not be better than that, hardly can, but still, right? Some work needs to be done in order to break through, in order
Yeah.
to secure this point that she wishes to do so desperately. And that can be a challenge because you understand that your position is completely winning, but your opponent is not resigning for some reason, and you still need to find these moves and to make these moves. And the moves that I like here is actually King H7. I like it. With the idea to play Rook G8.
Yeah,
And
bring
then take on
bring
G4.
another rook into the
And,
game. And there will be some sort of sacrifices. Also, there is possibility to activate the light square bishop. I don't know how well it works,
King
but bishop
H7
e8,
is on
bishop
the
h.
board.
Ooh, nice
Yeah,
guess.
but it just
Nice
looks
guess.
so, so positionally. You want to bring this rook. And rook f8, rook f4, rook takes g4. I mean, seems a little bit slow and artificial. And king h7, rook g8 seems so logical and easy to do. And again, white has no counter chances. Yes, she can take this pawn. Black is going to take back, and knight d5 is not possible. Actually, that's where this bishop starts to play, because after rook takes g4, if white takes with the queen, right, this bishop is here guarding the square, and there is no knight f6 tricks.
True. So, wow, from very beginning, it's like full. Okay, 95 is not a move that we will see here. I was just a bit confused to see this line happening.
It is happening. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. I
Whoa.
just demonstrated that it's not working. But okay, Tan was in such a desperate situation that I don't
And
know
what
what
is
happened,
her
actually.
plan after rook g4?
Maybe resign. Maybe resigning can be the plan.
Wait, what?
Yeah, just let's look at the players, because sometimes their face expressions can tell us more about the things. I mean, what's happening. But yeah, I think that somehow she just forgot about this bishop on d7. It was hidden behind those pawns for so long that I would also give a stare, let's say, to my
Wow,
opponent.
the
Although,
engine suggests here the move for white after rook to g4, queen to g3. That's the strongest
exactly.
move.
Well, but we would all agree that it's very hard to believe.
And this is the only strong move here for white.
Strong. Can we? Yeah, it's the only move that keeps the game going, right? It's that white is not being checkmated immediately, right? I mean, what is the evaluation after that?
Grandmaster Arthur's connections in our chat, greetings to Arthur, says that resigning is my least favorite plan. Yeah, how many of us can be related to that feeling?
Well, it's never too late to resign, right? So, I mean, once Tan resigns, the match is over. So, what's the point of hurry, of speeding up? And
for me, resigning is a whole process, because first I'm getting so red when I'm losing the game and I have to resign. Like my whole face gets red. I can feel it because I'm burning, and I have to cool down a little bit, like physically and emotionally, to stop the clock. And this happens to me all the time. I can't help it. I just cannot help it. Do you also have some spatial approach with that, or you don't really mind it, Alexandra, and you prefer to focus on the other game?
I don't mind resigning. If I hate resigning, that's. I think we talked with you about being forced to answer a few questions after you just resigned, and well, I consider it to be a torture because I do need some time to calm down to kind of get back to relatively normal. Although this
So
lost
basically,
game.
I have tortured you several times in our lives because
Did you? But I
I'm
don't think you.
interviewing you in some of the tournaments after the game.
Yeah, but I think you usually nowadays there are no press conferences after a lost game. So it used to be like this back in 2010. I remember 2011 when I was like playing my first series of Grand Prix, and I took several last places, and it was like terrible, and I was kind of forced to go to those press conferences. But now, okay, they're more. It's not a necessity if you lost, and can resign be declined. I imagine a player, resigning. You say, no, please carry on. I want to checkmate you. No. I don't.
Yeah.
I decline. Like when people offer you a draw, you decline, and here you also have the right to decline. No, I want to continue.
Yeah, just imagine if you can't resign. Well, rook to g4, and
what is she
then
thinking? Why is she thinking for so long? What?
She's going for that. Arthur said that rook e4 is a tricky move, but so what happens after rook takes e4?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I mean, the idea is that exactly, and that's exactly what happened. So if you capture the queen, and then you capture here, then there is knight f6, and suddenly it's not lost for black, but it's not a win anymore, and so that's the idea. But yeah, it seems not to be working because after rook g1, there's queen takes f2, a very very calm move, and yes, there is knight f6, but then you go back to h8, and your queen keeps this h4 square under control. And what's worse, there's still a checkmate threat in the air, right? Queen h2. And so I think that after like bishop f4, black can simply.
Alexandra, by the way,
Yes?
queen f2 is the only move that Lei Tingjie has to
Really?
find here. If the other moves, we might hear dramatic changes. And she
it's
is
on the
going for
board.
that. Of course, it cannot be otherwise. She made all these best moves.
That's what she was
is
thinking
recognized
about.
by us, maybe not by Chess.com, but queen f2 is the final blow here in this position.
And that's what she was thinking about before, before capturing on g4. She asked herself, why did Dan play that, right? What did she have in mind? She saw this idea. It's a beautiful idea with rook e4, with this multicross or whatever it's called, right? When pieces are standing like this in chess composition. I think there is a well, there should be a king in that case for this. But anyway, it's a very beautiful way. It's a beautiful trap. But what do we see? We see some kind of mark. I hope to see the brilliant move mark, but no, it seems it means
for us, please.
the only move.
Yes. Zhongyi is trying to play her next move. She has 4 minutes on the clock. Not sure what to play. Oh, no, she's not actually playing.
Well, knight f6,
My bad.
I think.
Alexandra, the other move,
bishop f4.
Bishop to f4 has been played to avoid the checkmate. All right.
Okay, I'm waiting for some ideas such as rook c2, bishop d6, and then queen g2. Is it working here?
Do you want to see something really fancy here after bishop f4?
It's not working. Checkmate. Come on. I blundered the mate. Okay, well done, me. Okay, guys, that's how you lose this game. You don't want to lose this game.
Alexandra, a little bit up. Bring this rook on c1. That's the winning move here. Incredible move, which actually is hanging two ways.
Wait. But can't I just take? And then
But
you
we
could
have a brilliant move. Maybe
yeah,
this is
yeah,
our
no, but
brilliancy.
yeah, I just want to show a less brilliant way. Isn't it winning? Just as simple as that, no? Just capturing on f4 and playing rook c1. That's what I wanted to say. Of course, I mean, your move is just, I mean, you're just so,
We
okay.
were looking for
You're
brilliancy.
hunting for this brilliant move, right? You wanted to make it. I mean, you remember this call.
It is so beautiful way to win the candidates tournament.
Exactly, because now it's like this rook is pinned. There is no rook g8. That's I blundered just a second ago. And the bishop, we can also say that it's pinned because there's a queen takes h2 behind it. And well, yeah, that's definitely a very nice move to finish this match with. But as I said, well, after bishop takes f4, the problem is that there is knight takes f4, and
hold on, Alexandra. I have an idea. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
The chat is going rook c1, rook queen to g2. Both ways are winning.
Maybe
I
queen
think
g2.
it's now time for
Exactly.
another prediction. Queen g2 would be your preferences, guys, or rook to c1. I would choose rook c1. I guess you will choose rook queen to g2.
Queen g2, yeah. I would
Okay,
just
let's
no. I
see.
would just not consider rook c1. That would be my problem. You know, if I see those ideas with queen g2, I would be so focused on calculating them, and as soon as I see them work, I will like play them on. I mean, queen g2.
Like play rook to c1 for great content for Levy. For content, let's play rook to c1.
Queen g2 is also no. It's such a powerful game from Black's side that it's gonna be analyzed and it's gonna be on all those channels anyway. Securing your way for a world championship match with a victory with Black. I mean, such a powerful performance. Either way, Bishop Queen g2 or this brilliant Rook c1. I think.
Let's now have focus on the players. We're gonna see the truth. We need the full screen right now.
Just don't play rook c2. Don't make the same blunder as I did, because there is a checkmate coming up from white side, and of course that's definitely what you should avoid.
All right. Look at this. Lei Tingjie totally feels this might be the end of the game. We might not even reach to move 40 and game can resume before that. Too many possibilities. There can be crazy fancy ideas, rook c1, queen g2, or a simple move like bishop to f4. Too much to calculate. How much time she has, Alexandra? I just can't see. Okay, 7 minutes.
Not enough. I mean, enough to find all this brilliancy. You know, I was thinking that since this a brilliant move and here it goes. Sorry, guys, I spoiled the moment for you, but just rook c1 was too brilliant.
Queen g2 has happened. Queen to g2 has happened. Well, that's your move, Alexandra. Yeah. No rook c1. I'm sure rook c1 would be the brilliant move recognized by Chess.com, but this is good enough to win the match. Lei Tingjie now trading all the pieces.
And that's it!
Resignation!
That's it!
Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 candidates finals. She has been through a lot of competition, a lot of opponents. In Pool A, she beat Muzichuk sisters, first Moria, then Anna. She got into the finals against Zhongyi, and she wins the competition a round before. Congratulations to Lei Tingjie and her supporters. On the other side of the board, we have Zhongyi, Alexandra, and this is for sure very tough for her, but she also showed great play at Pool B. She won convincingly that pool against Katerina Lachno and then Alexandra Gorechkina, and we can say that she was a little bit unlucky in this match. What are your thoughts as the tournament is over now?
No, I don't agree with luck. I mean, I do, I'm a professional chess player myself still, kind of hanging there, and I'm a strong supporter of the side where we say that luck should be deserved. It's not for nothing if you get lucky in a tournament, in a match, in a game. Try to get lucky against those players. Try to do it yourself if you think it's so easy. And it's such a powerful performance by Lei. I'm impressed with this last game. Outplay.
Let's take a look once again and point out the key points here in this game.
Yes, outplaying your opponent so effortlessly with white pieces. Yeah, let's have a look one more time to this game that became the final point, the final exclamation mark, I would even say, for Lei in this her journey for the World Championship crown. D4, D5, Knight F3, Knight F6. It started with a quiet symmetrical move order, right? You would not expect to see such a dominance by black pieces after this quiet opening, but we talked with you that it's like Tan gave a chance for Lei to be white in this game, right? Even though she had this extra tempo, semi-tempo, but it looks like she's actually playing black. And Lei opted for a very quite a fresh idea, quite a fresh setup. G6, castle, bishop G7, that felt like a trap, especially now, considering this result, right, that we saw. It looks like a trap. I mean, it's so tempting to play bishop A3, right, Katie? But
Yes, exactly. That I had a feeling that it was obviously the trap. But when I saw G6 move first, I was really surprised, and I could never imagine a move like that could be working. What with a good preparation that Lei Tingjie clearly had in this game, it is demonstrated that moves like that are actually possible, and you can call it as a trap because after bishop to a3 that Tan Zhongyi just played, Lei Tingjie went for the center, 94 f5 next move. And from this moment, Alexandra, she have made all the precise moves, all the good moves to attack the white's king and just shut down all white's pieces. So I can just count it a combo of a good preparation and great skills that Lei Tingjie has.
yeah, exactly. And have a look what later happened in that game. Actually, we discussed that there was one game, like the very first game that we managed to find in the database, and Katie mentioned it. It was a game by the great Tigran Petrosyan, who was playing white, and he probably felt that something might go wrong, and he jumped immediately for this bishop b5, bishop c6, followed by c4 plan, or actually didn't he played c3, right? But then he played bishop b5, bishop takes c6, trying to get the knight on e5 and trying not to give black time to start this attack. That doesn't seem so dangerous at this point. But look what actually happened in the game. C3, like the Petrosyan style move, supporting the center, bishop d7, and here we felt as it was moment actually to switch back to this plan with c4, and thanks to some tactical tricks, it might have been possible to start actually this attack in the center because, Katie, what happened after queen c2?
Oh, after Queen C2, things just changed dramatically for Tan Zhongyi. Lei responded with Rook to C8. The threat is to take the pawn on D4. That's a serious threat. Tan Zhongyi right away responded with Queen to B2. And you guys, you need to remember this Queen on B2 because it was suffering big time. You can see all the white pieces, all these pieces stuck together. And this gives the sign to Lei Tingjie that now it's time to play on the king side. And she goes here, the great move, and starts to play on the king side with g5, which is unstoppable plan.
Exactly, G5 looks so powerful. And now, this, when I highlighted these pieces, it reminded me of this children's game that we used to play when we were like younger. It's called Corners. And in that game, you started with your pieces in the corner and you needed to somehow shuffle them to the other part of the board faster than your opponent does. And here, if it was, this game, white would win it easily by playing bishop c2 and rook c1, but alas, the players were playing chess. So g5, indeed, a very powerful way of attacking. Knight f to d2, and here the position screamed for the sacrifice on e4. Every single move we were considering it, taking with the bishop, with a knight, even with a rook in some lines. But unfortunately, Tan Zhongyi, okay, for us commentators, of course, it's very easy to sacrifice other players' pieces, right? We tend to do it very like we like to do it, but Tan, it was a crucial game for her, and probably here she didn't feel that it was still this position and these drastic measures are to be taken. And bishop takes e4 might be like the last moment to sacrifice here, because after bishop f1, what
Yeah,
was
after
the
bishop
plan?
f1 here, the best move according to the engine was h5 to go right away into the king side attack and not to be scared at all of king being on e8 because basically there's no way to open up the center. But here Lei Tingjie played queen to f6, and later in two moves we just understood her plan was actually very nice. She's pointing on f2 pawn, and now the natural move knight to d2 can be just cutting queen from b2 to control this one. And the move like bishop to f8, bishop f8, rook to f8 can right away attack the pawn on f2. Very likely that was the late Tingjie's plan here, which just happened in the game too. But instead of knight to d2, Tan Zhongyi decided to bring the queen on e2, bring the queen in the center where it can be more flexible to control the king side and the queen side as well. And after this move, queen to e2, now the pawn is hanging on g4. So h5 is the move that Lei has played, and after knight to d2, Lei Tingjie here decided to trade dark square bishops. And here was another surprise from Tan Zhongyi. Instead of taking this bishop off the board, she decided to bring it back on b2 to be a little bit passive, but at least to guard the pawn on c3 and d4 in the center.
Yeah, and I think that's the last mistake. The last mistake of the game. The position, surprisingly, is already pretty unpleasant for white. But when you end up in a very passive position, usually it's a good idea to exchange as many pieces as possible, because in order to like move your pieces around, you need space. If you don't have space, fewer pieces you have on the board, better chances for you to survive. And Tankia here, the move that she made, it's definitely for me. It's the last blunder of the game. It's not the tactical blunder. She's not losing any material, but it's just the game over. Bishop b2, retreating her bishop to b2, putting it behind those pawns, and what's worse, she's letting her opponent's bishop onto d6, thus putting even more pressure on the king side. And after rook a to d1, we discussed some brilliant lines with g3 that might have been winning, but after that you will still need and require to find more brilliant moves such as e3, while Lei preferred to play it positionally. She castled, and
Yeah, and
after
also, Alexandra, it's worth to mention that this is not just a castle, but she was having a huge threat here. If we demonstrate any pass move here, let's say c4, black planned to sacrifice the bishop, bishop to h2, very powerful move, king h2, queen to h4, forcing this king to go back on g1. And now we have this rook sacrifice, brilliant move, rook to f2, queen f2, and g3. Game is over as black will checkmate white's king after queen h2.
exactly, so quite a poisonous way, but also such a great positional approach. And I like it so much when your powerful play kind of unites, everything, tactics, strategic. I mean, everything like works, and you demonstrate you kind of outplay your opponent in every single field, tactically, positionally, in and here, look at this. Look at this moment. I mean, G3 and the maneuvers that followed, maneuvers that Lei picked here, and that brought her game that brought herself to the World Championship match is amazing. Like her knight's maneuvers that followed, just really a demonstration. You can put it in manuals of positional play. White weakened those white squares. White cannot white does not have any counterplay, right? And black takes all the time she needs, and little by little, move by move, but she brings her knight to f3, where it's gonna be very, very strong. And that's
Yeah.
exactly how the game continued.
Exactly, and this was the one of the last moments where Tanzhongyi could still complicate the position instead of bishop to g2, which allows black to fully just control the board. But here, white could play h3 to undermine the pawn on g4, or even h4 to control g5 square, and knight would not come there. And this could keep the game on a bit longer. But she went instead bishop to g2. That allowed black to get the knight on f7 and later on g5. And at this point, Lei Tingjie was blitzing out all these moves because she was certain that it was winning position. After knight to f3, white is forced to take. And in this pawn structure, white is forced to play queen to f1 to keep the pieces together. And black's plan is pretty simple.
Right, h4 followed by h3, right? And of course, white cannot take on h3 because the h file will be open, and there is no way to protect this pawn on h2. So white just kept waiting, and black improved her position to the maximum. And in the final tactical battle, let's put it this way, since black's position is so dominant, it's not surprising that black is having everything under control, but nevertheless, there was a point where black needed to make the only move. So Tan tried her last chance to trap her opponent, to complicate things, but unfortunately it was not enough, because here black finished the game with a few precise moves.
Yeah, that's right. Starting with queen to f2, only move here to get a point out of this game. Attacking on h2, square, threatening checkmate. White had to play bishop to f4 to stop this checkmate. And at this point, there were a lot of ways to win the game. Starting with fancy rook to c1, which is a rook sacrifice. But if you take with the rook, you will drop the checkmate on g2. If you take with the bishop, then you will be checkmated on h2. And on the other hand, you are pretty much paralyzed here, because then the threat is to queen g2, rook g1, queen g1 checkmate. A lot of ways to checkmate white's king. Instead of this, Lei Tingjie choose the most practical way, where black has no choice but to accept the challenge and take queen g2, rook g2, and then after bishop to f4, we had resignation by Tanzhongyi, because there was no way to avoid rook to c1 and g1 promotion of the pawn.
Yes, what a game. What a performance by Lei, not only in this game, but throughout the match. She was the one pressing, but of course, Tan can disappointed since even though her opponent was pressing very hard, but she usually kept her calm and got her chances. That, alas, she didn't convert. And that's what made this match as a dream come true for Lei. She won it. She secured the victory only after 5 games, not needing to play the 6th game, not needing to play the tiebreak, 3.5 to 1.5. What a devastating victory. And Lei should be
That's
preparing.
right. Also, Alexandra, she lost the first game with black pieces. She was the one who was pressing the most. But the move, the blunder she made on the last 2 seconds on the clock was crucial, and also was kind of wake-up call for her, because ever since that game, she has not lost, and she won 3 games in a row and made 1 draw in the game 3. That was enough to get the right to go to the World Championship match. And you guys, this is the bracket of the Women's Candidates Tournament, which has been a long run. Alexandra, we also see your name here. You have played in Pool B. Lei Tingjie first played against Maria Muzyczuk, then Anna Muzyczuk, won those 2 matches, and then she went to the finals against Han Zhongyi, and the final match against Ju Wenjun will come up on July the 3rd this year, guys. It's going to be the Women's World Championship match. Cannot wait to see that.
Yes, indeed, Kathy. Well, that was exciting tournament, a very long tournament indeed. But the World Championship match is soon to be played in less than 3 months. It's gonna start, and then the candidates tournament, new candidates tournament, 2024 is also not so far away. But before the World Championship, the Women's World Championship match, we're gonna witness the overall, right, the Men's World Championship match where Yan Nepomniachtchi is gonna play against Din Plezheng. Are we gonna have the situation with two world champions from China? What do you think, Kathy?
Oh, that's actually very, very possible. Like, we don't know yet, so we will know the answer very soon in just 1 month from starting next day. So that's a really good question and open to a lot of speculations. Now it's time to call it a tournament, call it a day, and end this tournament. Unfortunately, it resumed the day before. We wanted to see even tie breaks to have more fun, but anyways, Lei Tingjie truly deserves to be in the final of the World Championship match. And congratulations once again. Big thanks, Alexandra, for all these incredible lines that you were showing us and the tactical motives and positional struggles and your comments. I'm sure our chat on YouTube and Twitch appreciate that big time. Also, big thanks to our Chess.com team putting this show together. Guys, you might be sad that this event is finished because I'm sure it was a lot of fun for you as it was for us. But the fun continues on the channel. In few hours, it will be Chessable Masters, more chess games, more strong players, and this is never ending circle of the chess tournaments. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being here all the time with us, and see you in the next future. Bye bye.
Yes, thank you, Cassie. The pleasure was mine, and yeah, just more chess, more chess. And I do hope that these feelings that you got today, that you mentioned, that you feel like playing chess, spectators can relate to. And I do hope to see them playing chess. And yeah, 2023 Chessable Masters soon. Let's check it out. Let's play chess. Thank you, everyone, and take care. Play chess. See you.
Bye bye.